Welcome everybody, and we will start with Matua doing our karakia before we get into business. Kia ora.
Papa. Ora ngā papa I te pane mi kawana ki kote. Pena no kota wāku nei mi tōne kia kote. Ka tīmata mātou ke raro hoki te maru o tā tātou nei kaianga. Kia anui tātou. Ki te ngata matua te maiti me te wairiwa tapu. Amen. Ara mai te wairiwa tapu whakuria ki roti o mātou nei ngāku te kāpura tua aroha me te māramatanga. Kia kahi mātou I te maunga mai e whakakloria te ingoa tapu ki ringa hoki I te mata te whenua. Ai kia noho tai ai kia kurata rā whakamutunga. E te ariki e maumahara tauni kia rātou ko whitu rangi hia. E te ariki hoa te kia rātou I te oki ngā tonitanga. Ai kia whiti kia rātou I te māramatanga mutunga koe. E te atu te kai whakaoro te hunga whakapono katoa. Tuka ki ngā wairua mea pono tāne mea pono wahine te muru o ngā hara katoa kia. Mahangai ni wakai ki tā rātou hihia tunua. Ki te whakakauri te o rātane ara mātane māta ariki mahi u krito. E te atu te kai honga te kai whakaoro te hunga whakapono katoa. Nā rere te ariki. A tuku mai te wairiwa tapu ki ringi a mātou e whakameninga mai I tēnei rangi. Tuku mai te rangi maari ki ringi a mātou, kia mauinga mahi, kia oti tā tātane kaupapa I te tika, te pono, te aro, tētai ki tētai. Mātane mātou ariki mahi u krito. Amen.
Amen. Reira kia romano tātou I te ni o mea te no kakoe te tātou mini au te ni Reira mihi atu na hoke ki tawa whātou ki kāti. Wāra tanu hoki ki tātou no ki reira mihi atu na hoki kāti. Mihi atu na hoki ki tātou whānau I tamu ni I te nera mihi. Mate ko haere, mihi atu na hoki ki tātou. Reira. O kororo e hoki tātou minika e tīmata no tēnei hui ngā ke rangu māria, te haringa no reira. Te whautoma, harimai, kia ora manu tāti katoa.
Kia ora anō, welcome everybody. As you see, we've got a very full agenda today, so we'll try our best to stick on schedule. I just want to send out my condolences to the whānau and loved ones of Max Cochrane, a very well-known member of the community who gave so much. So we really send our aroha out to everyone with Matua Max. And just that also this afternoon, there's a police hui around community safety at the Kaikohe-Hokianga this afternoon from 3 p.m. till 5 p.m. And thinking of everybody over our way in Hokianga at this time. Again, so the way it's going to go is that on the agenda we have public forum, and that's a chance for people who would like to share something that you have not formally arranged. So those public forum speakers get 3 minutes, and as I said, we're going to be quite strict on this because we have a lot of people here. After the public forum and some formalities, we have our speakers to funding, and I see some of you in the room, and I think we've got 7 speakers on the list, so those speakers get 5 minutes. After that, we'll go to our deputations. Those are our formal groups that have received, asked for permission and received approval to do deputations, and those deputations will be for 10 minutes. And we have, I think, 5 on the list. So we'll go with it. We'll kick into it now. Do we have speakers for the public forum? Our 3-minute speakers.
Is that the first one?
Okay, nobody's wishing to speak on the public forum. Kapai. We don't have Linda here today. Linda Bracken normally speaks. Kapai. Is that correct? Do we have apologies? Just, and we have our member mokurakas online, I see. So we'll move on. So our funding speakers, first up, we have Bodine Stevens from Hush Dance. Kia ora, Bodine.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. My name is Bodine Stevens. I'm a dancer, not a public speaker. But my name is Bodine Stevens and I'm the founder of Hush Dance Studio and Hush Hope Unity Strength Hauora Trust. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to share our vision today. For over 10 years, I've had the privilege of teaching and working alongside rangatahi and tamariki, even mama and whānau. I've seen firsthand the potential of our young people, and I've also seen many barriers they face. Low confidence, anxiety, disconnection, financial hardship, and a lack of safe spaces where they can simply be themselves. I feel our youth don't need just activities, but they need places where they feel seen, valued, challenged and supported. I'm always telling my kids, this is a place where you can feel safe, seen and unstoppable. Our Kaikohe program uses dance, movement, creativity, culture and connection as tools to build their confidence and resilience. Through workshops and mentoring, these students get to explore their identity, who they are. The reason why I've called it Kaikohe, teamwork, emotional well-being, leadership, and expressing themselves in a space where they are safe and encouraged. The program isn't just about creating professional dancers, but it's about helping our people discover who they are and what they're capable of. Hush has been a part of this community for many years. I've been able to watch our young people grow into confident adults, and we've got a few students that also teach for Hush Dance Studio now. And one of the compliments, I call it a compliment, I got last week was when you're driving through town, you can tell a Hush kid because the way they walk and talk, the way they work in school, their manu kōrero comps, you know, and that's the biggest compliment to me. Our vision has always been bigger than dance. Dance is the vehicle, and the real outcome is stronger, more confident young people who believe no matter where they come from, they have a purpose and they have a future, and God has the best plan for them. This funding would help remove financial barriers, so more tamariki and rangatahi and mama can participate regardless of their whānau's circumstances. I'm saying that I've got a lot of families with about 7 kids, 7 siblings, 8 up to 11, and and I'm always like, just come through. So I believe when we invest in our young people, we invest in the future of our community. Thank you again for this opportunity.
People might have some partai for you. Kia ora. You did very well, and I remember you right from Northland College. So amazing. Did anybody have any partai for Bodine about this funding application? No, you're free to go. Thank you. You've answered everything by the sounds of it. Otherwise, so we have Christina Ross from Hospice Mid-Northland Society, Inc.
Roll call, Christina Ross, Tuka Inawa. And my name is Christina Ross. I'm the Chief Executive of Mid-Northland serves from Towhai up to South Hokianga, coast to coast, population of about 45,000. Unlike the previous speaker, my grant is for Ria and Kamatawa. We're looking, fortunately, at the end of life care for our community. So part of what we do in the hospice, as well as being available for free for 24 hours, we offer equipment. So we supply hospital level beds, shower chairs, etc., etc. But today I'm asking for funding for 2 hospital beds in and around $5,000 to $6,000 that their costs are. So we have volunteers that work for us, over 250 volunteers that support our community. We are based in Kaikohe, but as I say, we service the full north. Unfortunately for us in hospice, our number of patients coming to us is getting larger, not smaller. And that's attributed to, of course, the baby boomers. And what they talk about is the tsunami of deaths coming to our society. We in Northland, relative to the rest of the country, care for more patients and whānau in their home. So nearly 80% of our patients die in the place that they choose to die, which is in their home. And we outstrip the rest of the country. And I think that's something that we, as an organisation, are really proud of. We care for approximately 40% of our patients in Māori whānau. So we are making inroads and starting to break down barriers. But what we need, and what I'm asking for today, is to enable us to buy more hospital level beds so people can stay at home. If we can't get the beds, they often end up in hospital or aged residential care facility. And I think everybody, or most people, would agree the ideal place is to be at home with whānau. That's it.
Does anyone have any questions for Christine? Christina?
I do have one question. In terms of from the medical side of things, and I know the government's been cutting things back, how much funding do you get from them?
We get $1 million a year.
Right.
I have to then raise so that pays about 40%, basically, the nurses. We have a social services team, counsellors, and of course then we have to run retail to for the rest of the 60%. We have just been given an uplift from the government this last week because at last they have recognised that we aren't like Auckland. We are not like Waikato. We are actually quite different. And after years of systematic underfunding, they've suddenly recognised, hey, Northland needs some help. And much to the disgust of our Auckland.
Yes.
So, we government fund 40%. We have to raise 60%.
Thank you. Any other questions for Christina from the floor, from the table? Thank you so much for coming. People have been very efficient with their time, I must have sounded strange. We have Moana Timoko from Te Kotahitanga I Mahi Kaha Trust.
Located at by road as you come into Kaikohe on the eastern entrance. You may have seen some of the grasses being mowed, and you might be a little bit depressing coming into Kaikohe from that end when you see a lot of weeds growing. We have a 22.6 acre block there, and we want to cover. So I've put in a tono asking for whether or not you can assist with the erection of a Kaikohe site. And you would have received some quotes. If you think Hollywood, or you think Kaikohe, or you think Auckland now, down by the Sky City, you see just huge signs. So I'm sort of thinking that for the entrance to Kaikohe, that would go on our property. Do you have any questions for me? Because it's phase 1 of a huge development project, creating a rongoa, a mahinga kai, neighbours, safe walking track that can be intertwined between all the lines on the whenua and alongside the river boundary, so our property is actually defined by Waiorore, the river, and there's no actual public access to that river that I know of. So I'm hoping to create some viewing platforms to provide spaces similar to what Bodine shared. I don't have to explain why we need to create those spaces. We just need to believe that they will work to provide some healing for health.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
Mai kātou for Moana. Kia ora mātou.
Actually, kia ora. Now, I was approached by an ex-councillor, Sally Cooley, but Linda Bracken's not here. I was supposed to ask her about this. Exactly what you're on about the approach to Kaikohe. She asked me to approach the council about the one-way bridge. Oh, no, not the one-way bridge. The bridge down here coming into Kaikohe. Now, that's all battered. You know, if that could be straightened out and for their approach. And this is what we need, a good approach to Kaikohe. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, but follow-up question. One question specifically to the sign. I agree with that. So it's going to be clear what height and size is it going to be and design, because if you're going to put something up, let's do it really nicely.
Yeah, I would like it to be really good. So I think the quotes I've given you, there's a really expensive one and then there's a cheaper version. So it actually depends on the support we receive. We do have some pūtea to contribute, and one of our trustees is here, Uncle Rowdy Piatamakia. So I think we put in for Horton steel. Mainly because the man who produces those sculptures, pieces of space, and actually work with them directly. The other quote was a big one from down the line, and I'm still waiting on other quotes, but it would depend on the support we receive. Horton steel was the main one.
And a supplementary question.
Yes, Councillor Vilsich.
You mentioned the waterway. I'd like to have a further, if you can, come back to the community boards and look at what you're doing there. Because I like the idea about having a walking, cycling opportunity, connecting the different schools along there.
I can come back and talk to that easily. We have actually started, so if you've come past and had a look to the left, as you come into Kaikohe, you'll see that the lawns have been mowed and the paddocks have been mowed as well, cleared, and we have actually started preparing the mahinga. Yeah, we have native trees there, we have a nursery there, we have quite a lot going on down there.
And I will think that the should make that opportunity as well.
We're not relying on anyone to help us with the development of the track. Just the whole. If you want to be involved,
any further questions?
Is it going to be lit up, Auckland?
well, that would be the next phase because I would like it to be seen at night. Okay, and it might mean that we put some silver lights there. Because it's actually really, really dark as you come in. You can't see anything. You can't even see even the side of the road. You definitely cannot see into the paddock.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we have online now, we have Richard Waggett from Splash Save Foundation. Do we have Richard online?
Not showing online, we'll chase them. We can find it.
We might come back. We have Lee Warbrick from Youth Line Auckland Charitable Trust.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Lee.
Morena, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Lee Warbrick toku ingo. Ko Ngāti Rangatahi Ngāti Awa me tūwhare tōki kaura o koe iwi. Ka noho a hau I tauranga moana nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you sincerely for the support that you've given us previously. My name is Lee Warbrick and I represent Youthline, which operates New Zealand's free national 24-hour helpline for young people. Last year we supported more than 28,000 conversations, with almost 60% relating to mental health and 22% involving active suicide risk. Our latest research confirms what we see every day. Young people told us that mental health is their number one concern, followed by job opportunities, bullying and money worries. 1 in 10 people say they feel negative emotions most days, and those feelings are even higher amongst rainbow disabled and neurodivergent young people. The biggest concern they raised was simply not being able to access support when they needed it. Today we are seeking funding to help provide that support directly for the young people of Kaikohe-Hokianga. For us, this application is really about access. Kaikohe-Hokianga covers a large rural area. Many young people face barriers such as distance, transport, cost, privacy and limited after-hours services. A young person can send us a text from home at midnight, start a web chat after school, or call us in a moment of crisis without needing transport, an appointment or money. Youthline supports all young people, but we know Māori, Pacifica, disabled, neurodivergent, rangatahi often face additional barriers to getting help. Our service is grounded in mana taiohi and te whare tapawhā, and as young people's needs become more complex, we continue to invest in qualified clinicians, specialist supervision and ongoing workforce development alongside our highly trained volunteers. Your investment today isn't simply funding a helpline. It is making sure that when a young person in Kaikohe-Hokianga reaches out, perhaps on the hardest night of their life, someone answers. For many rangatahi, that conversation is the beginning of hope, recovery and a strong future. We would value your support in ensuring every young person in this community knows they are not alone. Ngā mihi nui. Does anybody have any questions?
We'll go to Member Orm has a question for you, Lee.
Thank you.
So the basic question is, currently you're reaching about 200 people. So
Yes.
if we grant the amount that you're requesting, what's your action plan to reach more people in our area? You know, you do a great job nationally, but what more are you going to do to outreach into this area?
I think, kia ora, thanks for that question. We have outreach programs insofar as we do go into the schools, and we have, I guess the helpline is our core business, and it's about providing access to every person regardless of what area they live in, to be able to access that service 24/7. And aside, I guess, from reaching out to our schools and I guess making Youthline more publicly visible, that's probably what's on our horizon at the moment. Certainly we'd be open to any sort of engagement from the community if there's opportunities to, I guess, partner further or anything like that. We'd love that discussion with you.
Yeah, some of the question I asked before, you're providing a very valuable and important medical service, and I think the young Māori men are some of the highest suicide rates, and we have a high Māori population here in rural focus with many hardships. So I think great thing you're doing there. But what do you receive from the government medical services?
I can't answer what other services are being provided. We are in discussion with the government, obviously, you know, of course, and it's really hard at the moment because with the economic downturn, you know, like finding funding is, it's really hard work. Do I see any, I haven't personally heard anything further on the horizon from the government about further investment in our service, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I am. Thank you for that, because it seems to me that if you do go and talk to them, do some estimate of the cost that suicide is related to and the saving, therefore, that you're giving them.
Yes, I can. Yes, we do. I think we have I think I can say that for $1 invested by Youthline, the social return on that is approximately $8. That's in crisis prevention and support.
Kia ora. So thank you so much, Lee. That's time, and I'm being quick today. I really appreciate you taking the time and letting us know more about Youthline. The decisions for all funding will be made later in the meeting, so somebody will be in contact with you. Kia ora.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Ka kite.
Aye.
So we have another online person, Catherine Langford from Arataka Thompson Sailing Training Trust. Kia ora, Catherine.
Kia ora, Jess. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, and my apologies for not being able to be there in person. We are also seeking funding for rangatahi, and I actually want to acknowledge the lady from Hush for what she was talking about, because it all resonated with me, because that is very similar to the work we do. She talked about dealing with the low confidence, the anxiety that our rangatahi experience these days, and along with that financial hardship and not necessarily having safe spaces to grow. And so Ngāmihi Hush, I really admire the work you do. Similarly, we work towards creating a safe environment for rangatahi to explore their identities, to cast off the worlds for a week that they are immersed in, and give them an opportunity to come and participate in a range of activities, to learn sailing, to learn ship life on board the Arataka Thompson. So we're applying to you for funding for 2 rangatahi from the Kaikohe-Hokianga ward to participate in a 7-day youth development voyage on our ship. We run about 15 voyages a year. It used to be a wee bit more, but we've had to reduce that due to funding challenges. And on each voyage, we take 12 rangatahi from across Northland. They don't know each other before they step on board, and they have this opportunity to have this immersive experience in nature, being physically active, and learning the opportunity to stretch themselves outside their comfort zone, to build connection with these 11 other people that they're on board with, which builds the confidence and trust that then aids personal growth and hopefully helps them to build the tools that we require in order to thrive in the complex world we live in. An important note is that it is device free. That's a real key element of it. There is a contraband list that before you're even allowed on board, and one of those is mobile phones, because we really believe that it's important to disconnect from the online world, and so that everything is real world and it's grounded in whanaungatanga, and building those relationships with the crew and the young people on board. We are not supported by the government. As I say, finance, as with everybody, it's hard gathering the funding together, and every small amount helps, and the community board's contributions is a really key part of our budgeting each year for our youth voyages. We've been doing this for 20 years as a charitable trust, and we've taken about 3,340, maybe 50 young people out on voyages over that period, and so we have quite the taka whānau now across Northland. Over to you for any questions.
I have a question. I'm just wondering, I know we've supported Arataka Thompson before, and that was specifically for rangatahi in our ward.
Yep.
Have you had people coming from Kaikohe-Hokianga onto your voyages?
Yeah, we do every voyage, because the way we our networks with the schools, the kura, and any training organisations is we try to make sure that we have a diversity of areas represented, and so there is always somebody from the Kaikohe-Hokianga ward on board. I'd say 100% of the time. I would need to check that. We work with Te Kura Kaupapa Māori Hokianga, to the Kaikohe Te Kura Kaupapa Māori, and actually those Areti and Atarangi Harris, who were the recipients of your funding last year, both were, from the Araiti was Te Kura Kaupapa Māori Hokianga, and Atarangi from Kaikohe. We've also established a stronger relationship now with Northland College. It's been a bit in flux there, but we have a new connection there with the Gateway Coordinator, Hayley Brown, and also our youth manager, Kelly, who actually came last year to present with me to you. She had a meeting with the principal there, and so we're building a stronger relationship there. So I think we're likely to get more rangatahi from Northland College on the ship.
Well, I'll go for one more question because we're running out of time.
Yes, just would you be happy for any grant to be tagged to 2 people from this area? So specific.
Yes. Yes, if you have people that you would like to put forward, and as long as they met all the criteria that we need for their safety and on board, then absolutely, we would really welcome you contributing to the selection process.
Thank you so much, Kat, and all the best. And somebody will be in touch.
Thank you so much.
So, do we have Richard Waggett online?
No, he's still not joined.
No, and we've just had notification that our other potential person is going to come back another time. So we're going to move into deputations. So deputations are people who have formally requested time, and the first person we have up is Vikram Gura from Meridian Energy Online. Kia ora, Vikram.
Kia ora, good morning. I hope you can see my screen, but I'll try to share a short presentation. I'll try to keep it concise and to the point. But firstly, thank you. I really appreciate providing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Meridian, and also appreciate for the Far North District Council to allow us to be present today. What we're trying to build for Northland, and is also for Kaikohe-Hokianga area, is a public electric vehicle charging. So this might be a new concept, but you may have heard about this in news, especially in the recent fuel increase, where people not wanting to pay $3-4 a liter. So they're looking at, is there a way we could look at having a long-term reliable source of transport. So electric vehicles is certainly becoming sort of mainstream. The used car market is making it affordable for everyday people. But the problem is you don't see that many electric vehicle charging points. So unlike petrol and diesel, where over the last 100 years there have been excellent infrastructure, you don't really think about am I going to get stranded unless you're going very remote such. But I think in New Zealand in general have got excellent petrol diesel station, but electric vehicle is not the same. So with that, you require proper systems in place to plug into your car. I mean, electricity is everywhere, but the capacity to fast charge so that you don't wait for 10 hours to fill up. That's something that we are focusing on, and that's why we're working with the council to say that, give us some list of names of sites where it's 24/7 accessible by car, walkable to washrooms, maybe shops. And the reason is we're trying to build this infrastructure where Meridian will fund fully per site, and to take care of the connection cost and so on, and we maintain it. And in return, we also compensate per car park to the landowner. And we're looking at a long term, 15, 20 years, because we know by next 5 to 10 years, majority of the new cars and also the used cars being sold in New Zealand will be electric vehicles. And we want to ensure that the public and the community don't get frustrated that there is not enough charging spot, because not everyone can charge at home, whether you're renting or whether you're in an older house where you cannot upgrade the switchboard. So having a public electric vehicle charger does two things. It will bring confidence to the local community, as well as travelers from Auckland and overseas to come and visit the town. But also it reduces the queue, because these electric vehicles, they're not like petrol or diesel cars. You cannot just pull up to a station and fill up in 3 minutes or 5 minutes. It takes about average half an hour to 45 minutes in a very high capacity charger, which means if someone else is already using, you have to wait additional 30 minutes to 45 minutes. So we want to, build for the future in the way that anyone who wants to buy an electric car to reduce the cost of, fuel and cost of living, can confidently say, my local town has got a EV charger, or if their friends and relatives are coming over from other side of the town, they can, not worry that they get stranded. So I'll quickly show you what we try to do with Meridian, which I've already explained to you. And we're trying to keep it as more like a partnership. And, because the thing is, we want the community to embrace the change that's happening in the transportation sector. And we will take care of all the cost, but we do require the partnership in terms of allocating between 2 to 4 car parks that are sort of exclusive to park these electric vehicles when they're charging. But we don't require the community board to police it. If someone else is parking for 10, 15 minutes, then that is totally fine. But they will be marked as per NZTA rules. And also, if someone's wanting to charge and get home, we don't want someone else to block that, because it could be very much a health and safety issue, because they might need to go home or go to a hospital and they don't have enough charge to get there. So what we're trying to do with Meridian is all our chargers, and including our generation, we are the largest electricity generator for renewables in New Zealand, and all of our chargers are powered by hydro or wind or solar. So we're not burning any coal or gas to power electric car. And we're also trying to provide further revenue streams. So let's say if you have a fast charger, and these chargers can be located by a Meridian app, including for community people as well as outside. So they will make a point to stop at the local town if you have that infrastructure, and then in between that charging time, they go out and either they shop at a cafe or go to a souvenirs and so on. So we found that there is indirect benefit of having fast chargers in the local town, because it will bring increased footfalls from travelers, and the local community as well can benefit out of it. So we want to sort of at this stage, look at getting some list of names or addresses, and then we can see whereabouts the right place for us to invest. We're looking at about close to $400,000, give or take, per site, so that's a lot of investment that we're wanting to make. But at the same time, we require the partnership from the local community board. So this is like the charger that represents. So you'll have 2 cables. So that means you can charge 2 cars at the same time. And there's a big display. So for those who are first-time users or finding it difficult to use from their phone, they can use from the touchscreen to charge your vehicle. It's almost like going from landline to a mobile phone. There's going to be a little bit of learning curve, but rest assured, the benefits that you get from electric car with very reduced maintenance, the ability to also even slow charge at home if you've got a 3-pin socket, and no noise and pollution. That's a lot of benefits that it provides. But on the charging side, definitely that we're looking at a long-term vision. So this is like a traditional car park that we have, but every site is different. There might be, if you have available land, we could have spots where someone with a trailer can come in and not having to unhook the trailer can still charge their car. And they're going to be, in the next 5 years, more utes and vans going to be coming in. So tradies and people who are doing everyday work can also get into the electric vehicle. So that's something we're looking at. But on the Bear side, we're looking at about 4 car parks with access to 24/7 area. So that's something that. We're in the early discussion, but my focus at the moment is Northland. I was there meeting with the Whanau District Council. I was in Kaikohe Library. We're potentially putting a couple of charges there, but we want the community to, proactively come back to me and come back to us and say, how about this place or that place? I'm particularly focused on Mangamoka, so that's something I'm not able to find much land, but also I'm quite worried about electric vehicle users because there's a bit of an uphill going up north, and there's not a lot of towns and so on, and we don't want to put chargers a bit isolated because it could be someone with family with young kids, and in the late night, if it's charging at for about half an hour, 45 minutes, they're physically stuck. So unlike a petrol diesel car, if you try to get robbed, you can start the engine and drive away. But in an electric car, if you're plugged in, you cannot just drive away if someone's trying to rob you. So you have to physically unplug the cable and get back in the car. So we want to ensure that the community feels safe where we put the chargers. And so there's a bit of challenges for us because, unlike rest of the country, Northland is a little bit isolated as such. So we're trying to focus closer to State Highway and closer to towns and closer to Washram. So I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Kia ora. We'll just take a couple of questions, and I know that we are, as a board, be looking at discussing sites later on in our day. So thank you for your time, and I have one question from Councillor Vusic.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kramer. Sorry. Yeah, just a quick question. In some sites in the north that you're probably very aware of, and I take it you're talking to Top Energy, I just do wonder about our transmission lines and the capacity that you need for a fast charger. What sort of transformer would you need, i.e. capacity, to support, say, fast charging for 1 or 2, preferably, chargers?
We're looking at an average about 400 to 500 kVA transformer. But the thing is, Meridian, we are a power generation company, and we've got access to all the lines company in the country. And where there is no transformer, or if there is a smaller capacity transformer, we will fund either for an upgrade or for a brand new transformer, completely free of cost to the local community board. So there, to be clear, there is no cost at all from you guys that we're expecting, except for that access to the site. It's not even a lease, it's just an access to the site for about 15 to 20 years, because the only way that we can recuperate the cost of investment is by selling electricity to power the chargers. And that's pretty much where we are at.
Kia ora, I do have one more question from Member Court.
Kia ora, because I've not pronounced your name. Now, Actually, you beat me to the draw. I was talking to some people out at Waimamaku just this week, actually, about this charging of electricity of car chargers, and it is quite good, actually. You brought this up. I believe ChargeNet has come up on the same scheme too. Anyway, you were talking about having it all this on council property, and I really like that idea, but I think we should talk about it in council ourselves. Actually, I was reading on there that you had approached our government for funding. So in business, we always like competition as long as there's a good outcome. And I do appreciate what you're doing. It's better for the people out in the Hokianga and North Hokianga. Kia ora.
Kia ora Matua. Thank you, Vikram, and all the best.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Kia ora.
So we'll move on with our deputations, and we have our first speakers are from Te Puna o Kupanuku, and that's 10 minutes for each deputation. So I have Lee Harris or somebody from, kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, the Chairman, nice to meet you, and kia ora to the board, nice to be here today. Kia ora to everyone else in chambers, please excuse my back whānau. Kia ora. It's my first time here speaking in a formal reason, so I won't lie to say I'm super nervous, so please bear with me as I manage to my best to get through my today. So yes, my name is Lee Harris, and I am the chairperson of Te Puna o Kupanuku, and we are the caregivers of. We have the lease for the campus. And here we're talking about the lease, our lease agreement at board. Okay, what can I say? We have a number of tenants at TPOK on campus with us, but half of our tenants being whānau, we have a memorandum of understanding with them, and they help assist us there, as well as providing support for the local community. We're happy to support our hospital as much as possible. Previously, we had been engaged with securing registered nurses courses we held here at the campus. Obviously, we'd like to feed into the hospital as well as the New Zealand in general. Such a massive issue. We have whakairo, healing through carving, and Hokianga Harbour Care will also have a leased space for us with us at the campus. We have been there for the duration. We have, I understand that you guys already know a lot of the background here, and there's been a lot of involvement with people sitting at the table over the time. We have HSET and Hokianga Community Education Trust, and Upward we provide a range of courses. And one of the startup tutors is Korari Enterprise, Riva Mendes, who is here today. Kia ora, Riva. And she does some awesome mahi with harakeke, producing handmade paper and others. We also have Te Pukenga or Nortec, who work with us to provide a construction course. We've always been very proud of our construction course. As we know, homelessness is a massive problem for our whānau here in the Kaikohe-Hokianga and everywhere. And we have prided ourselves if we can give whānau basic skills such as cabin building, they can go on to further that and tackle the homelessness problem that we face today. Another tenant is Te Warang or Awanui Arangi, who help us to deliver lifelong learning and culture languages. And they're in partnership with, we provide Marama Taka, Te Reo Hokianga, Whakaaro, Raranga and Tārai Waka. We also have tauohi programs running for digital preservation, protecting our history for the future. Another tenant is digital music, who connecting whānau through sound and technology. And Hauora Hokianga also have lease with us as well. We're excited to keep delivering these programs, and we would like to have some certainty towards a long-term lease, which was discussed previously, and that would enable us to deliver on a more permanent, long-term, steady basis. I was just, our previous deputation here for TPOK was back in November of 2023. And during that time, we have had enjoyed a regular contact with our property lease liaison person, Michelle Rockwell. Unfortunately, she left her position as of May of last year, and communications has not been so regular with the council since. So we had a meeting in February 2024 with the Kahika and the Kuaka Māori ward, at which point a 15 by 15 year lease was in discussion in 2020. The right of renewal, I understand our first 5 year lease was due in April this year, and due to a lack of meeting for various reasons, we were unable to address that in time. So here we are today to talk about the lease. I think I've addressed anything. We also have our counsel with us, obviously with legal documents such as lease agreements. We seek legal advice, and she's here to help should I require the assistance. Yeah. And I think that's about me for now. Can you,
Lee, I'll go to member or.
So this is about a $2.4 million asset. It's about 50 years old, requiring lots of ongoing maintenance. The big question relates to the financial stability of your group and your ability to sustain a long-term lease.
Yes, that's what I've got to make mention earlier. So, yeah, it's quite a precarious situation to be in, having had that responsibility. As you're aware, we inherited the buildings as they are. And to be honest, with little to no support. So we have been managing best we can, while at the same time setting ourselves up in our infancy. So we are in the process of filling in some more funding applications to help us assist to get the building up to date.
Any other parts around the table?
I just like to tēnā koutou for hui things for going away from Watkins Law. We've been instructed to assist the trust in negotiations in terms of how best to renew the lease and to amend the terms so that they suit all the tenants as well as the people that are frequenting the building. There are discussions about whether they take over the ownership of the building and whether we get funding, and those are part of our instructions. So we're just hoping that we can continue this negotiation, and they've been going quite well with Alice and Ivan. And yeah, I just wanted to introduce myself. Just trying to assess the lease as it is some clauses are quite unworkable. So, especially in terms of dispute resolution and things like that, we prefer to, if there is an opportunity to get some kind of investment or financial assistance so that we can take over the maintenance of the buildings and rectify and have a rectification program. Those are some of the things that we've discussed with. Just wanted to introduce myself. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Kia ora. I've got another part I hear from Councillor Allen.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou, katoa. Should the lease be renewed, how confident are you to get the buildings up to compliance?
That's subject to investment and funding applications, but there is a maintenance program and rectification program that the Trust has already commenced, and it's a matter of working in those triennial meetings that are supposed to happen under the lease of objectives.
Tri-monthly, yes. So, yeah, and so having just recently re-engaged with Ivan and working on strengthening that relationship which we enjoyed previously with Michelle. But we're quite confident that should we, that we are working towards fulfilling the report that Michelle issued to us in 2023, which was by Graham, I'm not sure, I don't know. So we've been addressing that report.
Apartheid from member Court.
Kia ora. You mentioned ownership of the building. To me, myself, if we take ownership of the building, you mentioned to everybody else, you will have more care of the place if you take over the building instead of just leasing. And I think that's a great idea.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
So that is time. Thank you so much for your time. And we have following deputations, and we have the whakairo course, and I believe, so that is under Nōpira, but we have some speakers around the whakairo that's happening on the premises.
Okay. Kia ora tātou.
I'm not a very good speaker, but I didn't want to get up and speak today. My money is in my hands, and the weight of my children. And for the last 4 years, I've been working at the Kaikohe down in campus. My proposal is not easy to hear our people. If you can allow me to reconnect your people back to Kaikohe. Utilising my proposal. I've been in Carlin since 1971. I'm in my 70s now, and I continue to do what I do because I believe this is a way of healing our people, my proposal. I want to acknowledge the puno of the kupu, especially that old queer at the back there, kupu, for allowing us to have that room down below. We actually first started making that campus with Ako Hokianga, doing home tour. People could be coming down and looking, and they could see what it was doing to our people. It's always all around about I've worked with a number of groups here down there. I've worked with I've been from Kaikohe-Hokianga, that's mental health and addictions. I worked with the Kaikohe, the Kaikohe, and I worked with from down here, that's the drug and alcohol in prisons. And that's who I've been working with for the last 4 years. And young people as well in primary that have come in and they can see the magic of what's happening in that place. And that's what we've been doing. So for me, it'd be really lovely if we was able to maintain
kaupapa e te hence. And I believe there's room for everyone. But I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there. And I'm going to rather become involved. Volleyball's here in the baseball. And this is the bottom from the
tēnā koutou katoa, ki rana koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Speak marama mentoring, well-being, and te whare api na hau. I really want to speak to the importance of the Rawaniea Community Campus Education Hubs, particularly having a cultural learning space and a positive impact on mental health and well-being people with. For at least 4 years, we've used this facility for therapeutic work, well-being. Recently, yoga and mindfulness exercise classes and cultural learning. Over time, this space has become far more than just a room for us, a place to go. It's become a place of healing, connection, belonging, and service. Under the guidance of Master Kawa Nōpara, our clients have had the opportunity to learn kawe, tikanga Māori, waiata, karakia and cultural values that strengthen identity, confidence and well-being. Many people accessing mental health services experience isolation, anxiety, trauma, low self-esteem and disconnection from community. This program provides something incredibly important, a safe and supportive environment where people feel accepted, valued and connected. I and we have seen people grow in confidence, build friendships, improve socially and develop a real sense of pride. For this part, participants are not just receiving support, they are contributing to their community. Groups we work with often create carvings and craft items for fundraising for their various interests. Some of the carvings they've worked on sit in the hospital grounds and help create a culturally welcoming environment for staff, patients, whānau and visitors. The cultural learning aspect is incredibly valuable for both Māori and non-Māori participants, helping strengthen understanding, respect and connection within our wider community. We also occasionally have medical students attend these classes alongside our clients. This gives future healthcare professionals valuable insight into the importance of culture, creativity, community and connection in supporting mental health and well-being outside of purely clinical settings. Most importantly, the space gives people dignity, purpose, social connection and hope. In a rural community like ours, these facilities really are essential. They are a vital part of wellbeing network that supports some of our most vulnerable communities.
Do you have any other speakers under your deputation?
Okay, one thing, I'm actually a kaumahi mo te whakaero, I'm not a master carver. We've done 10 houses, he can call himself a master.
We'll get you to stay at the table at Korua. We have pārtai, we have our first pārtai from member Te Wake.
For me, the penalty and the mahi you do, ke roti tō koutou nei mahi, he harana tēnā te take. O te take, ko wairaine e tiaki ngā whare. E haumari I a koutou. E haumari I a koutou, ko tēnā hoki te take. A ngā pūtake a koutou e mai ana, e mihi ana. E mihi ana. As a tenant to a facility and the programs you bring to the community, maybe. But the take with us is the buildings to keep you, your students, and everyone safe. Yeah? Rerike hoki tō koutou nei akonga. Yeah. Ko te haumari, te whare, te take. E haumari I a koutou mā. Ko tēnā te take. Ko tēnā hoki te take. You know, he kūrero. E rapu huarahi mō mātou e hari ko tahi tātou. A mi kauna kia koutou, e hari mai nei, e hakatakato tō koutou me kaupapa ke nui a mātou. E kone hoki mātou e rongorongo ana, e kite hoki ngā kororo ke roto i ngā pukapuka nei. Ke kone hoki te huarei. Te take e noho tau tātou e whiriwhiri whakaaro kororo. Ko te huarei mō tātou mō apopo. Kanui te mihi. E rā anō apopo. E rā anō apopo. Tau te take e mātou e whiriwhiri ngā whakaaro, e huarei mō mātou i te tiaki, i te haumaru, i a koutou katoa. Ko tēnā hoki ta tātane mahi a te rangire mai tēnei pāri e noho nei. E mi kauna kia koutou me ta tātane ko mātua around, me koe hoki e hone, ke kone hoki koe hone, o hoki atu. Nā, e mi kauna kia koutou e te whānau, mi kauna kia koutou. E hari mai nei hakatako tō koutou e pūtake ke mui a mātou. Te kanui te mihi.
Are there any more pātai for our kaumātua? How many? Mātua, Eddie.
Kia ora. I go along with our minister today, you know, it's just that to wait for funding or something, you know, and if you took hold of it by the horns yourselves, you know what you're going to do. As Doug was saying, you know, it's a building that's not too safe. You know. And then the thing is, if you had it, you know what you're going to do. You have to pass the car there, he can see everything. Wherever the come out, kite, me pēhā te hare, na mahinga, he aka tika te koutou whare. Yeah, so, you know, I just go along with that with. And hopefully, you know, you can just go ahead and, to me, that is. Regardless, you know, to me, myself, I did it good. Oh, good. Ka hano ko te ni koutou.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi nui anō.
Thank you.
We'll now have Ollie Knox from Te Aki Ngā Wai o Hokianga. I believe you have a PowerPoint that hopefully someone's arranged with you. Kia ora, Ollie, when you're ready.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Ko Ollie Knox, toka ingoa. Wai mamaku. I am here today to speak on behalf of Hokianga Harbour Care, also known as Te Aki Ngā Wai o Hokianga. We are a charitable trust formed in 2017 and we've been based at the campus since November 2020 when the whole we've been this new era of occupation, I guess, and working together started. And our kaupapa for Hokianga Harbour Care it's always been simple, which is to improve the health of the waterways through the health of the harbour, through restoring the waterways and catchments that flow into the harbour. And it's not just about fencing and planting, it's about education, it's about engagement, it's about learning, it's about building a culture within the community that can unite around our care for the awa, the internal connection between the whāia and our own health and the mauri of our it's a deep connection, and puna o Kopanuku, the vision for that space fully encaptured the mahi that we wanted to do, and we were lucky enough to be there at the start and to set up our project. Since we started, we have had some major funding through Ministry of the Environment, Billion Trees, Northern Regional Council, Reconnecting North, Charities, Foundation North, and Department of Internal Affairs, among others. And put simply, our relationships are our biggest asset. Over the last, since we've been at the campus, we have done a lot of mahi. We've built 72 kilometres of fencing, which has protected over 80 hectares of riparian, wetland and estuarine areas. That's translated to 250,000 plants established across nearly 100 project sites, all around Hokianga, from Waimamaku, from Weka Weka Road to the Waipo River up to the shores of Lake Mapiri. So we've engaged with a huge number of landowners through all the catchments in Hokianga and built a great network of relationships. We have also not just focused on the fences and the plants and the weed removal. We've actually also been delivering hui, wānanga, volunteer days and school events, and we're talking over 70 events over the last 5 years. It's not like the main part of our work, but sharing sharing what we know, learning from other people, bringing together experts around, bringing them into wānanga spaces, to go out to site visits, to bring technical experts into hui to help teach our community. And a lot of these events happen outside the campus, but we've also done a lot at the campus, and possibly the visibility of that educational work has not been highly visible, but it's been a very, very core focus and still remains so. We have also provided employment to over 40 staff and contractors throughout these last 5 years. Now, to summarise the work that we've been doing, basically from 2021, we moved into campus November 2020 with some seed funding from Billion Trees. That then leveraged us to deliver a 4-year Jobs for Nature project through Ministry of the Environment, which was our main piece of work. But we've also now, a few years back, strategically formed a new pathway to our current project, which is called Taonga Wailua, which is focusing on basically honing in on some of the more important community, ways to the community, with these highly visible restoration sites that can inspire change, that can provide places for learning, bring people together. Places like Waitemana Magordro, we've got the Waitemana stream down one side, and we've got the this Pakanai stream. There's actually, can't remember that, down other to the north, and that's like, for us, that's symbolic of forming the connection from one valley to the next. We're like trying to connect people together. And so, just to put a number on it, like our funding, we've injected over $3 million into the community and over 50,000 hours of employment, training, education and engagement. That's all going right directly into the community, subcontractors, wages, our tamariki, our community, our networks, collaborators and groups that we work with. And being based at the campus has been absolutely critical to meeting these outcomes. There's nowhere else that we could do this work. There's a nursery there, there's a gas station, we've got this flow of people and traffic and all of this energy through that space. And the campus has also got a long-running association with the community, the environment and education. So for us being at the campus and Te Puna o Kupanuku lifting up the mantle to provide the space, has allowed us to happen. Now, it hasn't been without challenges, and I'm going to try to keep this brief. Not long after it started, there was conflicts with the management of Te Puna. This resulted in key people leaving and relationships changing under less than ideal circumstances, and that has caused communication breakdowns with us. The management has also been somewhat unresponsive with minimal communication, and also some of the management plans for the campus have maybe not been as transparent, and the engagement between them and us has been irregular and lacking information. For us, our project spanned 3 to 5 year periods, and this means we need long-term certainty for our rental. And we had been initially on 12-month rental agreements, but they ceased around 2024, and we were then moved on to monthly periods because the whole lease renewal process and the management, coming up to speed with what they needed to deliver for council outcomes, and I'm not sure where. But basically, there was a breakdown in communication. Then in early 2026, with no warning, we were given 4 weeks' notice to vacate our premises. 1 year into a 3-year project with hundreds of thousands of dollars of plant and equipment hanging in the balance. We need that space to work, and we were given 4 weeks to vacate our premises. We then read a response to this request, which was received, but then there hasn't really been any follow-up, and we've been in the dark since then. Which is a serious cause of concern to us because we've got major outcomes riding on our project and we need security. Let's talk about vision for the campus. We all know that it could be this vibrant, collaborative space with inspiring, supportive kaupapa providing opportunities for learning, education for everyone in Hokianga. It needs to have a management that's working together with regular meetings and opportunities for groups to connect. We've been siloed, there's been conflicts, there's been breakdowns in communication. These things do not help with that vision. It obviously also needs a well-managed campus with maintenance needs that are being met, so it provides a safe and supportive environment for people to do their maki. And, it has to as well fit the community's vision and the connection with Te Ao Māori. Mana whenua needs to have a voice at the table. We need to uphold Te Ao Māori. We need to work with the culture in Hokianga. And I'm not from Hokianga. I'm from the Wairarapa, but I've made this my home. I don't think I'm going anywhere. But I love what the community has. It's got so much potential. And this campus needs to continue, and it needs to provide spaces for groups like ours to keep doing our work. Because without something like that, we can't do the maki that we've been doing, that we want to do, that we could do. And there's so much more that could be done. And as far as for Hokianga Harbour Care, at this stage, we see the best option for the campus is being run by council and working with the lessees directly. Just because from what we've seen, the Punuku does not have the capacity of skills to actually deliver the vision. Kia ora.
Kia ora. And we've got time for some short questions. We'll go to Member Orm.
What was the reason for the 4 weeks' notice?
Some building maintenance work and then needed some materials in our shed. Yeah.
Are there any other part-time from the table? Good on. Oh, sorry.
Just one short, just listening to you, you put a lot of work into it. And, I think you need real support. As you're saying in one part there, everybody has to work together before the wheel turns. Otherwise, you get a slide. Where it happens, 4 weeks' notice. There's not much. But get it going and then see what we can do.
I mean, I want to acknowledge the work that's been done to make this campus happen, and there's better communication.
Excuse me, can I have a round of response to that, please?
No, that's not how deputations work. we now have Kaikohe-Hokianga, or the Hokianga Community Educational Trust, and I just acknowledge that one of the volunteer members on the Hokianga Community Educational Trust is my mother. She's a volunteer member. We have no pecuniary interests. I have no preconceived ideas or anything like that. I just wanted to put that on the table before we start. But I believe we have Reva Mendes as our kaikōrero. Kia ora, Reva.
Tēnā koutou katoa. E ngā mana e ngā reo e ngā karangatanga maha. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Te uria hau no Hokianga ki tau mārere. Ko ngā hapu tāo Māui, te hokokeha, ngā te here, mai tūpoto, te hukutu, mai tāwake, te uri tani wā. Ko Reva Mendes, tōku ingoa. I'm here today on behalf of the Hokianga Community Educational Trust, also known as HC. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. HC has proudly served the Hokianga community for many years and is one of the longest standing organisations based on our local education campus. Throughout that time, we have remained committed to supporting our people through education, cultural development, cultural wellbeing and lifelong learning. Our kaupapa is simple: to provide opportunities that strengthen our whānau, celebrate our unique identity and ensure that learning is accessible to everybody, regardless of age or circumstance. Hokianga is a place rich in history, whakapapa, mātauranga Māori and resilience. It is a community full of talent, creativity and innovation. Our role is to help unlock those strengths by providing programs that are locally led, culturally grounded and responsive to community aspirations. Despite the challenges we have faced, our commitment to Hokianga has never wavered. Today, HC continues to develop these programs that include educational workshops, community wānanga, toi Māori arts and creative practice, digital technology, environmental learning, youth leadership and intergenerational learning opportunities. Our programs bring together tamariki, rangatahi, adults and kaumātua. They strengthen identity, build confidence, improve skills and create opportunities for employment, entrepreneurship and community participation. We also actively collaborate with local schools, marae, iwi, hapu community organisations, artists, educators and government agencies, because we know that no one organisation can achieve lasting change alone. Our vision has always been to see our campus become a thriving educational and cultural hub that reflects the aspirations of Hokianga. Unfortunately, our experience over the past 5 years has made achieving that vision increasingly difficult. As one of the campus's longest serving tenants, we have experienced ongoing uncertainty regarding our future on the site. Despite numerous requests over many years, HC has never been provided with a formal tenancy or rental agreement. This lack of security has created ongoing uncertainty for our organisation. Without a tenancy agreement, it becomes difficult to plan strategically, secure long-term funding, invest in infrastructure or confidently grow programs that our community depends on. Funding organisations increasingly ask our security of tenure. They want to know whether programs have a stable base from which to operate. Without that certainty, opportunities can be lost, not because of lack of community need or organisational capability, but because the basic foundations for long-term planning are absent. In addition to this, both HC and our education delivery arm, ACO, have at different times been told we may need to vacate the campus altogether. Each time this has occurred, we have attempted to engage constructively with management to better understand the situation and explore possible solutions. Unfortunately, those efforts have frequently been met with little or no communication. As a community organisation, communication is essential. Even when decisions are difficult, open and respectful dialogue allows organisations to plan, adapt and work collaboratively. Silence creates uncertainty, not only for our staff, but also for our learners, our volunteers, our partners and the wider community. Another significant challenge has been the repeated relocation of our teaching spaces. ACO has been required to move rooms on 3 separate occasions during our tenancy.
Every move has required considerable time, effort and resources. Equipment has had to be relocated. Learning environments have had to be recreated. Students have had to adjust. Tutors have had to adapt. Today, our principal teaching space is significantly smaller than what is appropriate for delivery quality educational programs. It limits practical workshops. It restricts creative activities. It reduces flexibility for community learning. It ultimately impacts the educational experience we are able to offer. Alongside these challenges, digital connectivity has remained an ongoing issue. Reliable internet is no longer a luxury. It is an essential educational tool. Throughout our tenancy, inadequate Wi-Fi has significantly affected our ability to deliver online learning, access educational resources, communicate with learners and funders, complete reporting requirements, and operate efficiently as a modern community organisation. Digital inclusion is recognised nationally as a key part of educational equity. Yet our ability to provide those opportunities continues to be limited by infrastructure that has never adequately supported our work. I want to emphasise that we raise these concerns today, not to criticise individuals or revisit past disagreements. We raise them because they have real and measurable impacts on our ability to serve the people of Hokianga. Our hope is that these matters can now be addressed through stronger governance, transparent communication, secure tenancy arrangements and genuine partnership. Despite every challenge, HSET has continued to deliver. We have continued to create educational opportunities. We have continued to host workshops in wānanga. We have continued to celebrate toi Māori and creative expression. We have continued to support our rangatahi. We have continued to work with kaumātua. We have continued to build partnerships and we have continued to build in the potential of our community. Looking ahead, we see enormous opportunity. We want to expand educational workshops that build practical skills and employment pathways. We want to grow our toi Māori programs so that our traditional knowledge continues to be shared with future generations. We want to increase access to arts and technology, including digital storytelling, photography, filmmaking, coding, music production, and creative enterprise. We want to host more community events that bring people together through culture, education, and wellbeing. We want to strengthen environmental education and sustainability initiatives that reflect our relationship with Te Tai Ao. Most importantly, we want to continue creating opportunities that are designed by our community for our community. To achieve this, we cannot work in isolation. We need partnerships, we need collaboration, we need certainty. We respectfully ask the District Far North Council Community Board to support a future where long-standing community organisations are recognised as valued partners in regional development. We ask for support in encouraging transparent communication between campus management and tenant organisations. We ask for support in establishing secure and equitable tenancy agreements that allow organisations to plan confidently for the future. We ask for support in ensuring that educational infrastructure, including digital connectivity, is fit for purpose. There are practical steps that would enable organisations like HSET to continue delivering significant value to our communities. The people of Hokianga deserve stable, vibrant educational spaces. They deserve programs that celebrate who they are while preparing them for the future. They deserve campuses that encourage collaboration rather than uncertainty. HSET remains committed to working alongside council, campus management, iwi, hapu, schools, tertiary providers, community organisations and funding partners to realise their vision. We believe the future of Hokianga is one built through education, through culture, through creativity, through partnership and through communities working together with mutual respect. Therefore, we as HSET are confident and believe that from last month's report, we support option 3 for the Rawene campus and be managed by the council until there is a clearer pathway, with the conditions that all current tenants are able to negotiate further tenancy moving forward. Thank you again for your time today and for your commitment to the people of Te Tai Tokerau. We sincerely hope this marks the beginning of a renewed conversation about how we can work together to create a stronger future for Hokianga.
reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
I'll just remind everybody that we have the mics on, and when other people are talking, it messes with the recording. So when people are speaking, please remain silent. But now we'll go to question time for Reva. If we have any questions from the table, please. Member Court.
What we've heard today with the wheel from the Kilo to Kuni, Kube, Nuku, actually, the ambulance should stop at the hospital way at the Geraida and not carry on further down, To me, myself, everybody should get together there and get it organised, and then, because council, they're all here, we want to hear good things come, and then we'll get all excited about it then. Well, I will anyway. And but the tikanga Māori, and I'm all for that. Well, everybody, in the Hokianga. So, thank you very much for bringing that up. Kia ora.
All right, do we have any pātai for Reva before we take an adjournment?
Just a question quickly. You did mention the condition, so I presume the condition is that everybody who's providing courses currently on the campus involved with should remain.
Yes. Yeah. And can I just say one more thing, and it is to Mihi to put our kupanuku, especially Whaiapu, for everything that she's been doing since taking over the campus, and I've been a part of the campus since that happened. I have learnt a lot since being there, and I'm grateful for the opportunity that I've also had there under my own business as Korari Enterprises. And I have been away for over 6 months, but they've let me have my space there as alongside, being a part of HTEC, which I was really grateful for. And it's also not an easy situation to be in, being Hokianga as well. And as well, working for a community organisation is very difficult. Being like the middle person, but I'm literally the middle person. I always feel like I am. But I guess my gifts are to be able to bridge the two worlds together, Te Ao Māori me Te Ao Pākehā. And those are the gifts that have been passed down that I know that work for me and that will work for others, that I'm a part of. But when there is no communication, there's no way we can get through anywhere. That's the biggest thing that, if we can have kōrero and be at the table to kōrero, that's what counts.
Ka pai.
Kia ora, so I'm going, thank you, ngā mihi Reva, thank you for everybody's time, thank you for coming, it's a big take. We will move formally into the meeting in our next, after we adjourn, but I'm going to take a 5-minute adjournment, so if people wish to take that time to stay or to leave, kei a koutou, but the rest of us probably need to have a little break before we come back into our long agenda. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Can we pause the live stream, please, Harley? inhaling biscuits in the break. Scarlett, I didn't see your comment, but I can see it now, and I think that's an awesome idea of encouraging Hush to be offered a kaikui spot to diversify, and I presume you're talking about the of April 2026 to be a true and correct record. Can I get confirmation that's the correct date? So we'll change that date. that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 3rd of June 2026 to be a true and correct record. Can I have someone to move? Thank you, Member Orr. Councillor Vursich has seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I wasn't here.
And your apologies were put in.
I know, but I'm also present.
Oh, so we'll remove Member Van Galen from being present, please.
Yeah.
With that change, are people happy to approve those minutes? If you're in agreement, please say aye. Anyone against? So that is that. And so we'll go on to item 7.1, Te Puna o Kupunuku lease update. That is on page 17. And we have our staff members who have been working hard and have written this report. We have Dallas and Ivan, who are probably going to tag team. And do you want to give us a little rundown on this? It's a big decision for us to make, and then we'll move into questions to our staff members and discussion before we go on to the recommendation. Kia ora, Dallas.
Thank you, everyone, for being time. As you can see, it's quite a controversial lease, and there's a lot of history to it. I guess from us, we're trying to work with TPOK on the maintenance and the compliance, but at the moment, the capacity from their end isn't there, and we're starting to hear more from their tenants about notices, as again you've just heard from, and there's just a lot of uncertainty. From Ivan and I's perspective, we want to support the education and the campus in Laone. It's a massive benefit to the community.
Yes, and through the chair, I think I think whether you know the history or not, in summary, I was employed just recently over the past 3 to 4 months with Dallas and I, and this started with a breakdown in communications, which was referred to in earlier speeches, where Dallas picked the lease item up that was due for 5-year renewal. There were communications going back and forth with various parties with no success for some time. We eventually got to the table to speak to the community, to TPOC, and started going through the lease and the challenges and the issues that we've seen. I think in simplicity, from outside in and fresh eyes, once we seen the campus, we were concerned about the state of the campus. It's, shall we say, numerous building compliance issues. There were 2 items that hadn't been addressed. That expired 30 December. Since then, it has been reissued to the 30th, I believe. Well,
5th of July.
Oh, sorry, 5th of July, which is days away from getting compliance. We haven't had any formal communication back on that compliance being dealt with satisfactorily. And I think from TPOC's perspective, they have started something brilliant, I believe. It's just that the building onus, in which, right or wrong, how we ended up with the agreement and what maintenance was required, I would suspect was a challenge for the organisation. With looking at the maintenance required, and yes, they are working on a maintenance plan, absolutely, 100%. However, I think the gap between making right and achieving that may be too great, and we need some assurances around what that looks like in the future, which they are working on in all honesty. However, what I see is at the moment, we've got a great educational facility, numerous groups involved, a lot of history. My aspect is the building suitable for purpose? Is it safe? Is the lease suitable for purpose? From Dallas's perspective, that's his expertise. So you can speak to the lease document more. From the operational point of view, it's, are we providing a safe and secure environment for those that utilise it, regardless of the leaseholder?
for whole earth.
Yeah.
And that's, I guess, where we are. And that's what brings us here today with the report, because I think there's been a lot of discussion. This lease been renewed 15 plus years, plus another 15 potentially, which was a request from people. We said, well, let's see what we've got right now. Let's review that. Let's take stock of our current position for both FNDC's risk matrix, along with the community involvement and benefit of all. We support it absolutely 100% being an educational facility. That's, operationally, we just want to know what we're dealing with in the future, or who's responsible, how they're going to deal with it. Should that be continuing? There's a number of options in the report that you'll see for your consideration. And we brought this to you with transparency with people as well, advising this is the course in which we're taking to get some clarity from yourselves. It's not a decision that holds develops. It's to give you the information to make an informed decision, really. That's where we are.
I'll just make a comment, having been on the previous board for the previous triennium, the difficulties around maintenance and the lease agreement, which was signed in good faith, no doubt, the difficulties around the ability of the Te Punukupunuku to keep the buildings maintained came up in 2023, and so there was a lot of kōrero from the previous board and our previous chair with the members of TPOC and staff, I believe the infrastructure team, and there was a lot of support given. So that's 3 years. Has that, I've looked at the previous report and this, and it seems that some of that mahi may have been done, but has the majority of that work required from 2023 been undertaken?
Through the chair, from the original report, if you're referring to the 2023 with the photographs and itemised, shall we say, challenges, I would suspect from outside looking in, 30% has been done. There's been intention of doing a lot. There is. They have been working on a plan actively, but that plan hasn't come to that fruition in the first 5 years.
I'll go to Member Orman, then I'll go to Councillor Vusic.
So you put down 3 options there, but let me pose a 4th option, because I think we all agree that the facility itself and what they're providing is great. But I would suggest a 4th option would be a 6-month rollover lease on the following conditions: that there is an external board which encompasses both legal advice and accounting advice on that external board, and that during the 6-month time period, you prioritise the work that needs to be done. So that gives them 6 months to do the work and to get some real good structure around it, and then they can also explore whether or not they want to own the building. But I think at the moment we need to take that step and put a little bit of pressure on them to deliver what they promised to deliver. So I'm posing that and your response as a 4th option.
Through the chair, I'll thus go as to clarify the lease currently is rolling month to month regardless.
Yes, it's rolling over.
And there is a lease in place while these negotiations take place. So let's be clear on that. It's not.
Yeah, I know that.
So that's still in situ, and this is part of these negotiations or conversations that we could look at. Absolutely.
Yes. So
I'll go to Councillor Vusic now.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. There's a few of us there looking at Kelly that were there from the beginning when it was set up, and from just that background is important. There was a decision by council to actually get rid of the whole campus when North Tech moved out. And that, of course, raised major fear, as you saw all the training groups that wanted to use it. And that raised a major fear in the Hokianga community, which we all agreed with. We said, no, that we can't do that. And so it was a battle to actually show that we can get somebody in there to do what's required and take up the campus. That was the original intention. But the person involved, rather than having a provider who do training and look after the campus, which Northtec was doing, we actually wanted some independent agency to come in there because Northtec says just not viable. And if you look at it on paper, how is it viable? So what we pushed for, so we wouldn't lose it, and those that were there would know that, we wanted to see a management group set up to manage the campus and just sort the buildings out. That's why it's in the contract like that. And then have, and then make available the training to anybody who would come along, including Northtec. So anybody who wanted to provide training had a source to do it. So it was like an opportunity where they don't have to go and take the campus over. They can only do a 3-day course and so on. That was the model. It didn't turn out like that, as we know. Now, I think, in respect to TPOC, they were given an impossible task, and a few other issues occurred, as you heard, and so on, and it became even more impossible. So there's a question out of this, and that is, if I can remember it now, that's how I saw it was actually done. So if it went back to council, have you got any views and thoughts on how that can be done? Because I certainly do. I would like to see probably, there's governance involved in that, and maybe a steering group, just like we do with Kaikohe-Hokianga, could be incorporated, where we can have some council on there, the chair of the community board, and those are the education focus. So maybe this fine lady over here, I don't know who should be on there. I can be an alternate if you're happy, and then just work through that process, because I think that buys a transition time. Because our main problem that I'm seeing in front of us here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the building, the state of the building, health and safety, and secondly, keeping the current providers that are providing those valuable courses going. So is that correct? Is that a reasonable summary?
Through the chair, yes, it's a reasonable summary. This is what the discussion is designed to, I guess, engage in. The short of it is, from our opinion, or from my opinion, operationally, and we're just talking operationally, yes, there's a lot to do. Yes, there's a lot of remedial works to do. There has got to be also, from the lease side of it, better engagement with it. And you've heard from some tenants today about how that's managed. So if that committee was to be stood up, that's neutral, I think that would be a benefit, because we're not saying anything in regards to how it really should look at the end. We wanted to bring the obvious to the table and say, well, this is the simplest of 3 options. Or best fit. This is what we're asking. We're concerned, or operationally, we're concerned that the buildings are in disrepair, and they are falling further behind the longer we leave. We're about to enter into a winter period, and that's even more concern. So we want to protect an asset. We want to protect an educational facility as well. So that's what we're asking. How do we get there?
I'm going to go to Councillor Allen.
Kia ora. Went out the back and I spoke to a staff member and your team, Ivan, but she's from Parks and Reserves, I didn't catch her name. And she was here, she's been there for 20 years since all this went down. Also mentioned what Councillor Busher said, that initially council wanted to just fold up the lease and move along. If council, and I'm just thinking about all the discussions we have in council around the cost of maintaining assets and whether we can, whether we have the capacity in council to even do that without it severely impacting ratepayers. If there's no appetite for that sort of option 2 you've got there, and no confidence that the current leaseor can do good on the contract arrangements. Being a local purpose educational reserve, And my understanding of many of our educational reserves is that they were gifted Māori land that were never gifted back when the educational purpose ended. What will happen there with this reserve if we discontinue providing an educational service on there?
Through the chair, my understanding is that it cannot be related to that.
Yeah.
So to change a reserve, a reserve is a challenge, and the purpose of a reserve, so or educational reserve especially. So we just can't call it a car park tomorrow or anything else. There's a whole challenge legally to go through. Legal services will be able to give more advice on that. I'm not the lawyer. However, I know from just simply trying to do licence to occupiers and what that means to a reserve, it is a real challenge. So it is intended for educational purposes. Council deemed it for, I think, to try and regress that in any shape or form is near impossible.
Do we know who the previous owner was? Because as I understand it, if the reserve stops being educational, then the reserve has its reserve status removed or application, and the land is then offered back to its previous owner, as far as I understand. Do we know who that is?
Can I just button on this one?
Yes.
Because I've worked in this space a lot. It actually goes to a PSGE, that's a post-settlement government entity. Not for this side. On the north side we have them, but not on this side. Because then it becomes the property of, say, Ngāpui. As a PSG, they'll have an arm within Ngāpui that will, if they were treaty legislated, that building, that land will go back to them and they will determine who the owners were. Because we're in that situation at home. All our schools went back to Te Runi or Te Rarawa or Te Aupōuri or whoever. They all went back automatically.
I'll just make a comment on that, having had about 20 years of relationship with that educational facility and many of the members of our community and hapu who are here today. So there's different kōrero around the original way that it became an educational facility under FNDC, and the council records were burnt in the hall. So on paper, there's one story that council may know, but what I have been told over many years from different parties is that unspecified, but hapu probably gifted that land and much bigger parcel of land to be for education, which became the educational reserve. So, and that was one of the real pushbacks to council when council was considering selling it back in 2020 or whatever year that was. So within, I think what I can say that there's a united front in Hokianga that I know of, that it remains an educational facility, that it is not to be sold, and that actually under the general kōrero at home, that council have no right to sell that land or divest it and so on. And so there will be a really strong pushback on that. That is not the issue today. And perhaps we need to, perhaps it might come as part of the recommendation that we're working towards, is that it remains as an educational facility as part of our recommendation, and I would strongly support that on any of wherever we get to. So that was just one point. There is a treaty claim on it, and actually there's strong unity when all of this was happening back in 2019 or 2020 or whenever it was, that there's no resistance that I have heard of from anybody around the working towards that treaty claim being realised. Probably what we're discussing today is that time between now and when that claim is worked through, and specifically how we get from a place of where we're at now, and you've seen it in the report and you've heard the kōrero, to where those educational aspirations can be facilitated. So I won't do a big, I do have some questions in there, but I wanted to address that kōrero. It's really important, and it's been a big part of the discussions over the many years. I just wondered, I probably want to clarify another thing, is that there's Te Puna Kupanuku, which is the trust or the charitable trust or incorporated society, I believe they are, that hold the lease for the management of the facilities. And within that lease, they have an obligation that they agreed to maintain the buildings, and that was long discussed and signed off. They also, a different group, but with some of the same members, I believe, is Te Whare Wānanga o Hokianga, who have delivered some wānanga and have lots of aspirations to deliver more, and some of that community came through. But I think that it's very important to differentiate between Te Puna Kupanuku, who hold the lease and have the responsibility for the maintenance and the management, including the management of tenants, and Te Whare Wānanga, who are the wānanga and have those educational drive. Some of the kōrero at the start in terms of the delivery of courses that we heard from our first deputation around whakairo and so on, they're referring to the tenants, those tenants that we saw in the room are the people actually delivering those courses. And so I have had, over the 5 years or whatever I've been, or 4 years that I've been on the community board, many letters of concern as tenants around the management. So I have a question though. I guess one is just checking, we had a lawyer in the room, so just checking that Whanau District Council's legal or lawyers have been involved. That's my first part of the question. And then the second part of the question actually is, what is the risk to the community and to council if the lease was continued, with Te Puna Kupanuku, if the lease was continued, in your opinion as staff?
Through the chair, legal haven't been involved recently, but we've been keeping them, so any correspondence, and we've had those conversations, but they just haven't been in the room. As it proceeds, we will be involved in more, as we've got whoever's just coming in. Okay.
Sorry, what was that last point, Dallas?
So Hui, sorry, is their solicitor, to the council.
So through the chair, that we first became aware of Councillor Hui, meeting that Dallas and I were holding in regards to talking through the lease and the challenges of that lease. That said person showed up. It was just the initial conversation around what the lease is and what their aspirations were and the challenges that we see. So there was no risk, I guess, at that stage. They have their right to get legal counsel. We conducted amicably with them during these meetings. There's been nothing other than the same intent. They want to renew a lease. We are concerned about the lease and we need to walk through it. So that's where they came to. And so the other part of the question was?
It was really around the risk to the community and to council, but I was really more thinking about continuing the lease, not from a legal perspective, but from the asset of the building and the facility as an educational facility.
Through the chair, the risk from what we can see is the maintenance program. Deliverables of that maintenance program, I would estimate it's over a $300,000 problem, regardless of who has that challenge. Currently, it sits with the leaseholders, TPOC, and those figures, I would say, need further investigation. As I alluded to, there's some work being carried out, and yes, they do have a plan. However, from our last meeting, we're still waiting to see that plan come to us. So that's all we can work on at the moment.
Could I go to Councillor Vusic with this question?
Yeah, I'll go specifically. And so first off, on the buildings itself, so I agree with you. Council owns the building, is that correct? And therefore there's a health and safety obligation on us. Thank you. Is the depreciation being collected on these buildings? And if so, what's the reserve, if any?
Through the chair, do not have that information at hand. We can find out for you. It would be getting depreciated without a doubt.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, if you can find out what that is. And secondly, so you say it's about a 300k problem. I look at some of these buildings and I look at the value you put here. And I think maybe I could shift those away and rebuild for less than that. So if we were to have some group, say, pick up the repair of the building, being council, they can't go out, as I understand it, to an external party like Foundation North and ask for funding. They won't have a victory. So secondly, if a third party were to go and do that, build a building, which then would say is in their ownership, and council does that with our sports complex down here, would that be acceptable? Because then depreciation and everything else and risk goes to the owner.
So through the chair, I see the current situation is the risk sits with TPOC. So the question would be to council or to yourselves, would you want that risk to be ours? So therefore, where do you want to go with that? Because quite simply, at the moment, that all that risk currently sits with TPOC under the current lease.
We own the building, so
we still own.
So in the lease is specific, is it? To say that, okay, that's why it's done. Just both.
So through the chair, though, we do have a duty of care also. Mm-hmm. So we would, and this is part of this engagement that we've been trying to establish here, and lines of communication, that when we hear of an issue or see an issue, or we need to engage with TPOC and we provide sufficient notice and information to then investigate.
So it's come to our attention. So, and one question relating to TPOC, do they provide courses at the campus themselves in their own right, and do they plan to? I don't know who can answer that.
Yeah, very good, Chair. TPOK is essentially the leasing of spaces that is there. They do. It's the people that come in, they're the ones who can run the courses.
Also, through the chair, what we have been told is that TPOC deliver courses. We get to establish what exactly that is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think because Ipu is an educator, and she's really worked hard. So I can see that she had that heart to express at the beginning about delivering courses. Thank you, that clarifies all of that. I think that's pretty much all my questions at this stage.
I'm going to go to Scarlett, to Member Mokaraka, and then I'll go to Member Orm.
Kia ora, through the chair. I guess for me, one of the main things I want to raise is just loosely around the sort of corridor, around the ownership and how that might be transferred back to hapu. And I guess for me, these present, in my experience, land back from a hapu space means a lot more than our name on a title, which is obviously always the ideal. But there are lots and lots of ways that we can give effect to that. And one of those ways in this instance I see is holding some of the resilience on behalf of the hapuan community. So what we've heard this morning from the deputations is there's a lot of aroha in the community. There is a lot of resilience. but where I feel that as a community we often get tied up in is the lack of resilience when it comes to risk and compliance, and authority and ownership over these things. And so I look in this room and particularly just at the whakapapa that our chair has with this building and everyone else around the table. And, you know, I'd be inclined to say, you know, we acknowledge that that there is risk, that there is cost to maintaining a building. We understand all of that. There's also cost to letting this go back to the community without them being equipped. And we've seen, you know, given this arrangement, we've identified that that maybe they're not fully equipped, or maybe there are some small gaps that need to be supported to be closed. And I would say that they are relatively minor. I would say that leaning on a lot of the relationships that we already have, I think that will definitely be our best bet to trying to maintain as much as what's already been built, because as well as the cost to disposing of the building or handing it over and you know, removing it from our asset base and giving it back to community, there's a lot of risk. I'd say more risk in that, and I would also say that we risk, I guess it's just around what's already been built there, and the waste of what has already been established. You know, what I heard in the deputations is that, and I think most of us probably know Whaia Apu, and she's, you know, pretty outstanding in what she gets done and what she's able to achieve. And so I think there's potentially some really, really minor sort of manaki and whiri that we can provide collectively, and I say we more so leaning into those in the room that have those direct relationships and connections. And I mean, my first question would be to those of you in that community, particularly yourself, Jessie, with all the hats you wear, what do you need, or, you know, what would you see blue sky vision as the right resolution for now, and what do you need to be resourced in to support that?
So there was apartheid to me.
I would say, yeah, I think so. Like, and I guess I'm just, you know, I'm just, as I say, I'm looking to the people in this room first, because we're here as leaders of our community. And so, you know, that would be my thing to you, is that you probably have one of the strongest lenses, acknowledging our operational capability in the room as well, but you probably have one of the strongest lenses to be able to identify where that potential support could come from, and what resilience council can show and give to Hokianga.
Well, that's a big part that we're probably going to move into when we start to discuss recommendations. But a short answer would be, as I've just previously said, I have had so many letters and formal deputations. This isn't the first deputation that we've had around this kaupapa, around the concerns of the management of the campus. And so what I think everybody does agree on is that it should be very well managed and very well maintained, in terms of not only working with tenants and also looking after the buildings. So everybody wants that to be able to provide the educational aspirations that they are doing really well under difficult circumstances. So we can discuss the recommendations when we come to that, but it isn't working how it is, and it's obvious to see because of the report. We see it in the report, but I also see it when I go by, when I visit the campus, that the state of disrepair is, I used to work there. I know what it was like. I know what people's aspirations were, including my own, at the time that it was handed back to what became Te Punaka Whanuku, and to see it now is sad for me. So I strongly support the claim that it go back to hapu, but I think that process is a future process that's being worked through. So really my focus is between now and when that claim comes to fruition. So yeah, I'll park that there for now. Do people have any questions for our staff who are standing very patiently? But I believe I missed, sorry, Member Orm, that was a question to me. We'll go to Member Orm, then we'll go to Member Allen, and then we'll go to Councillor Bjorsuch. Thank you.
So, through the chair, just revisiting, there's no sense of urgency from the organisation at the moment, and I understand there's a month-to-month lease. Do you feel, you're the experts, that by giving them a 6-month lease, it creates a priority in their mind to structure a board correctly, and as part of that, you identify the priority projects to be done from a safety standpoint? So we've got a clear line over 6 months, executive board accountability with the right skill set, and then practical delivery of repairs.
Please.
Yes, I think yes, I agree.
Thank you.
I'm not sure how that plays out in council rules, but we can explore that.
Through the chair, I just want to be clear as well that the lease is currently in place. So that would be an amendment to the current lease.
Yes.
So that is what you're referring to?
Correct. Make it into a 6-month fixed term, and let's look at the deliverables.
Again, through the chair, they had this right of renewal through to 31. So we shouldn't necessarily be mudding that up.
Well, without the change in the lease, doing the 2 things we suggest, which would be a right skill set with the board and a prioritised list of repairs, and make that the 6 months, not the lease. But during the next 6 months, we would like to see you do X, Y, and Z.
We can do a variation of the lease and let it run for 6 months.
Thank you.
Okay, so I believe I was going to Councillor Allen.
Correct. Yes, option 2, council resuming management and maintenance responsibility for the remaining areas. If we were to renew the lease over a reduced section of the site, are the costs of resuming management and maintenance responsibilities, do we have them in the long term or the annual or any plan, or would this be something budgeted?
And through the chair, there's nothing in the long-term plan that would be unbudgeted. And I think to that point is why that was raised was that we believe we have a $300,000 challenge for right now. In another year or 2, it could be 7.
Yes.
So that's, I guess, why that was.
I'll go to Councillor Bjorsuch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really quickly. Dallas' question, TPOK actually said, the lawyer, that this lease wasn't good enough for them, wasn't fit for purpose. And in your discussion, that was correct, is it?
Through the chair. Yes, it's not typical you get a lease like this my experience. I think it was more so they could secure that lease after North Te Punaka. So it is, I guess, it is not as fair as it could be.
Yeah.
Because the state of the buildings is,
it's telling me we need to look at the release anyway, what we do go forward. The other question was, if we were to go down this process of, which is ongoing, I understand, with the treaty claim, this would trigger significance and then would go through a long process, and presumably, is that correct? Actually, long process, because then I can see all these people providing courses and they would get up here.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question myself.
If we go down that process right now, which you said before, Madam Chair, then that would,
Which process, sorry?
if we said, well, hang on, let's just start going down the process, handing it back, that would trigger significance and then be a long process, I presume. So that's my question. Is it going to be a long process? Because if it is it going to leave everybody up in the air?
None of that recommendation is in here, though, of returning the whenua back to hapu.
Yeah, but it's clarifying some of the questions that we were asked.
Sorry, John, the reason why I brought that up is because if we don't renew the lease, they don't renew the lease, we can't afford to provide the service, then what happens to the land? That's why I brought that up.
Yeah. So just on that, because that's my next question. If we left, if we didn't renew, currently, if we didn't renew, the lease goes month by month. Is that correct? Yeah, if we didn't do anything and said, well, let's do something, it's still month by month. And that again doesn't give us uncertainty to the tenants there. So I'm just getting an idea where I'd like to go with all of that. So that's correct. We didn't.
And through the chair, that's not the ideal outcome for anyone.
Yeah.
I'd just like to make another comment that that perhaps wasn't.
One more question, just to finish.
Oh, sorry.
So it was also raised that by a member that if we work with TPOK and gave them specific detail, if they work through that. But we were doing that, to be honest, and there were some specifics needed when the lease was first put together about the condition and what was meant to be done. And how long has that been now? 10 years?
Yeah, so this is our 5th year.
So do you think they have the capacity to do that?
So through the chair, that is, I believe, a challenge for the group.
Yeah.
I believe that their expertise is running road courses and facilitating that ability to do so. I think from what I have seen is that, right or wrong, they have ended up with a building with certain conditions.
That's not their skills. Yeah, thank you. I'm finished.
So just to clarify a little bit more, you heard earlier that the concern for the tenants that came was around the uncertainty. So just to clarify, I've had a number of comments, and if you were here, some of you were here for a previous deputation, that I believe that almost all of the current tenants have at some point been told that they had to leave or they had to move, or that including the whakairo course at the moment, they've previously just recently been told that their leases by Tupuna Kupunuku, that their lease was not to be renewed, and the rehab and recovery people doing those courses had asked to continue on and were told that they were not going to be able to. So that's some of the concerns that have been raised to me about the current management. I guess in terms of the month-by-month, 6-month strong support for TPOK to achieve what needs to be done, in my mind, and this is a apartheid to our staff members, in my mind, that's almost been what the process has been since the required to fix the NFT or whatever it's called back in October 2025. Is that how you see it? Somewhat?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so there has been strong support from you and guidance of what needs to be done to reach compliance since that time.
Before my time with the previous team leader, there was a little bit of a, in the interim, December, February, there wasn't much engagement with us, but there was beforehand and obviously on the other side of it.
Through the chair, that was at the same time notice to fixes were issued, and they expired 30 December, which we re-raised again recently with our compliance team. We then managed to get an extension on that non-compliance on their behalf for clarity, and that comes to an end, as Dallas alluded to earlier, in a few days. We're not at this stage informed that those conditions have been met.
Do we have any part-time for our staff members? If not, I'm actually going to take an adjournment for lunch before we come back to make the recommendations. But if there's any questions, now is your chance while we have our staff in the room. Thank you so much for your time and your mahi. I know it's been a big one.
Thanks, people.
For our community.
Thank you.
Builder. So we're going to adjourn now and come back. Is half an hour long enough? Yep. Half an hour. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Can the live stream be turned off, please, Harley? Welcome back, everybody. We're going to go straight to item 7.1, to the recommendation on the Te Puna o Kupanuku lease. And I'm actually going to move that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board recommend to Council that we go for option 3 to not renew the lease. However, I would like to make an amendment to that includes that Council work with the current existing tenants to, as soon as possible, work through carrying on some secure tenancy, and that includes the Te Wānanga or Hokianga being one of those tenants that's not already on the list. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Kia ora, Kelly. I'll reserve I will speak to this. As I've said earlier, I've had a long-standing relationship with most of the people and most of the tenants, and the situation at the campus, and what has been shared with us is around the capacity of the current lessees. And while I absolutely support their aspirations, since 2023, there's been support from Council to work through, as you'll see in the first, in the building report, and then again from October of last year with Notice to Fix and the work around that. So essentially there has been probably more than 6 months of intermittent but Council support to and wrap around to get the work done that needs to be done. I think that if we choose that the Final District Council take back the lease but have licence to occupy or whatever is appropriate form of agreement with the current tenants, including the Wānanga or Hokianga, then they will have surety of continuing their educational aspirations. And that I have had previous conversations with the staff saying that the risk of not investing in the buildings and letting it continue outweighs, it's possible to find that putia over time to do the maintenance work that is required. I think in terms of the other kōrero that's happened around perhaps a working group made up of perhaps members of this board, Te Puna Kupanuku, maybe the current tenants or whatever that looks like, I think that's a conversation to be carried on with. But this recommendation is simply around returning the lease or changing the lease to come under the Final District Council with the proviso that the current tenants and the Whare Wānanga or Hokianga have the option of continuing providing educational courses through there. Do you like to speak, Member Van Galen? No. And anybody else?
I just want to clarify one question.
Yes.
When you say work with existing tenants, are you proposing that some sort of agreement, licence to occupy, will be fleshed out with each of those?
I believe that's that is in the report. The recommendation, it says on page 19, under this option, the lease would terminate following the expiry of the current holding over arrangement, and Council would assume responsibility, including building maintenance, compliance and management. Then it says existing tenants, being current occupiers of spaces for educational and community purposes, would remain. However, their occupation would need to transition into council-managed agreements, such as new leases or licence to occupy on an interim basis until a longer-term decision is made. So that's my understanding. And I see that, I just want to clarify, I see this as a transition to get everything back up and running, the buildings to be cared for, as a transition towards something more hapu and community-based again. So, as Councillor Vucic, would you like to speak?
I'll speak in support of that, and the reason being originally the original intent was to have a separate campus management, which would enable anybody willing to do training to come in there and have assurance of space and also tenure to do those courses. And included North Tech. So North Tech, who couldn't afford to keep running it because of government policy changes, I think, could then still come in and do a 2-week or 3-week or whatever course. So that means that a campus that wasn't necessarily viable for one training group to come in can actually be there for the benefit of all those people that are in the community providing education and providing it in an affordable manner. And just some of the speakers, what they do, which is great. That's the reason I actually support it, but I would like to see council not only just stop at that point, sure they've got to do the leases, but look at a steering group set up just to work through that process to ensure that ultimately a property management group is put in place formally to continue that. And that's separate from the training. They don't do the training. That's their primary focus and that skill set they have to do that. And I'm sure there are people, maybe people that are currently existing in TPOK in the community can actually pick up that role. So, but to work through that, maybe it's a good idea to, I'm just voicing it, I'm not suggesting an altering the recommendation, but I'm sure just having set up, and I'm happy to put my hand up either part-time to do that, but I look at some educated persons already, and I think there should be somebody like the chair of the community board be there as well. And of course council staff and the community people as well to further it, and hopefully it will respond. I think it will.
Kia ora. Does anybody else like to speak before we go to vote?
Well, one other thing, I just want to acknowledge TPOK for me, because I know with Flight I know it was in the heart to see training, and she's worked for many, many years in that area and did a great job. Really, so respect for her and other members of TPOK. I really do think that it's been very, very difficult, and council probably didn't give them the necessary support, or certainly was a very, very tough task that they actually had. So I just want to acknowledge the work that they've done.
Kia ora. Would anyone like to speak before we go to vote?
Just go along with John and what he's spoken about.
Kia ora.
I think in terms of getting the campus up to what our whānau and our happily deserve in an educational space, your recommendation is the way to go. And I would just note to the staff responsible for bringing this to council that there will be much discussion around the maintenance, compliance and management being an unbudgeted expense. So coming with some sort of return on investment, not always financial, and I don't see the bottom line as always being financial, but just to anticipate those types of questions. And I'd also like to advocate that when this does come to council, that this would be contracted work to get these buildings up to spec, and that the contractor provide assurances that there will be a rangatahi percentage around training and employment with that mahi as well. In terms of the path moving forward, I support your motion. Chair McVeigh.
Any other kōrero before I take my right of reply? So I just want to add that I do mihi to Te Puna Kupanuku and to Whaia Ipu for the vision and holding the line to the state. That's not in question, and absolutely strongly support the aspirations of Te Whare Wānanga o Hokianga, and really support those and see that that those aspirations can still be fulfilled even if the tenancy comes back to council, that's I really strongly hope, and we'll fight for that too. So without any further comment, I'll put that to the vote. All in favour, if you can raise your hands. So that has been carried. Kia ora whānau. We will go to item number 7.2, that is on page 49. That is the chairperson, that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board notes that July 2026 member reports from Chair McVeigh and Member Orm be accepted, or we note them. I'll move that. Second, Member Orm. All in favour?
Aye.
Any against? That's carried. Oh, sorry, discussion. Kia ora, Member Orm.
So for the benefit of the board, if the chair could sort of give us an update on the Pioneer Walkway, the road coming for open and also the boat trailer parking. Just a quick update on each of those three.
Yeah, sure. So I believe the work on Pioneer Walk, I keep asking and I'm being told that I think it's just been weather or something, but that work, that mahi should happen any day if it hasn't started. So I did inquire about that. That's all going well. Boat trailer, the staff members are working through. Quite a lot of interaction needs to happen with Waka Kotahi because that's actually under them, and so there needs to be, I believe, a change in bylaw, which I'm pushing but takes time. It's a work in progress. Kia ora, Councillor.
Just a quick comment. On page 53, Chair, you wrote possibility of FNDC water tanks.
Oh.
Yeah, and great, because that goes back to way back when the community board did move as part 2 of a resolution when the home and I water system was being put in place to look at water resilience and water tanks. And I don't think they've done it yet. So I just want to highlight that. Maybe that's something we should be looking at. Yeah.
Predicted drought, so I really strongly hope that somehow there can be support for whānau who can't afford to put it in, and perhaps there's a something on their rates. I'll just keep saying it. Hopefully council will pick it up. It's beyond the scope of what we can do at a board level. Kia ora.
Just one last observation to thank Melissa for all the work she's been doing on my behalf. I've been challenging her greatly, and I do appreciate it.
I've been challenging back.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing. I'm just aware that people have other commitments, so thank you, everybody. We'll go to item 7.3 on page 56. That is elected members' code of conduct, and we have been waiting for. The government was going to write a standard one that all community boards were required to sign up to, but because that may have just been lost in their busy time in government, that hasn't come to fruition. So this is one that other community boards have adopted. So the recommendation is that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board adopt the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board Code of Conduct. Now I'm going to take the report as read. Is there any discussion before we go to vote? Kāhore. So I shall move. Anyone like 2 seconds? Member Te Waki is seconding. All in favour? Aye. Any against? Thank you. That has been carried. We'll go to item 7.4, scoping proposals for stage 1 community adaptation planning on page 74. And I really want to mihi to all your patient climate team for one, because I know there's a huge amount of work and you've all been sitting there patiently, and I believe we've got Katie Simon online. So thank you for your patience on this, and thank you for your huge amount of mahi that's gone into it. So I think we've got, who's going to speak? We've got Katie. So do you want to give us a rundown, and then we can, members can ask you questions, please, Katie?
pai, kia ora koutou, mana hinui kia koutou katoa. Manawatia matariki me poanga kia koutou. Yes, so this is an item essentially seeking, I'll skip to the endorsement part because there's a few things to note, but the recommendation is also seeking the panel's endorsement of the kind of community-specific, community-relevant areas of Stage 1 community adaptation planning. This is a carry-on, I guess, or an extension of an item we brought to you back in March, which introduced the Stage 1 project and some of the kind of key deliverables, timeframes, roles and responsibilities. So yeah, this is just now our first big deliverable, if you will, which is the draft scoping report. And that kind of carries us in the project. It carries us out of the first phase of the project into the second phase where we're moving into kind of establishment of key groups. So this, yeah, so that's kind of a bit of the context. I will also just say that we are presenting this paper to you for consideration on some of those scoping proposals. And we have also presented a similar paper to Te Koko back on the 17th of May, if I'm remembering correctly, around the infrastructure transportation relevant proposals. And on Monday, we presented to Te Huku Community Board, and we are going to present to Te Kukupa around kind of the full draft, and then to council. So it's kind of a big governance tour, if you will, of these different scoping proposals. Yeah, so that's kind of the context around it. Happy to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Got any questions on this Stage 1 community adaptation plans? I just want to really mihi again to all of the work that's gone into this, and huge mihi to be done in such a short time. And I've been, heard the kōrero around our aorohi around this work, and I can definitely see and hear all of the impacts that have already impacted on our places, in some cases very severely. And so I think that's really important and really mihi to councillors for picking up and doing the best for the future of our places. So I'll read out all of the recommendations here, and hopefully we can move it all as one. So the recommendation is that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board note the Stage 1 scope for plan for a 100-year timeframe and high-end climate scenarios for coastal flooding, coastal erosion, and fluvial river flooding based on available modelling. B, note the Stage 1 scoping proposal to prioritise planning and select settlements for mixed elements, supported by less detailed planning for individual elements outside of select settlements and large-scale issues. C, note that the future implementation actions and adopted Stage 1 community adaptation plans are timed, in most cases, for the long-term plan 2030 to 2040 and beyond. D, endorse the Stage 1 scoping proposal to develop up to 5 community adaptation plans at the sub-area scale, as shown in Figure 3 on our report. E, endorse the Stage 1 scoping proposal to establish 5 community panels to represent each sub-area and recommend adaptation decisions. F, endorse the Stage 1 scoping proposal that the community board members representing a sub-area can participate in their relevant community panels. And I'll move that. Do I have a seconder? Oh, we'll go with member all. All right. Is there any discussion before we put that to the vote? So all in favour? Aye. Are there any against? That's carried. Well done. I'm glad you didn't drive over for that.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much for all your mahi, and thank you, climate team, who sitting there in tautoko. Ngā mihi.
So,
ka kite. we will go to item number 7.5, and this is around the electric vehicle charging infrastructure that was referred to in our previous deputation. That's on page 122, and that we have Aya Morris in the room to speak to that. Kia ora, Aya. Sorry? He said he's happy to move it.
Yeah.
You want to move it before we even ask Aya anything? Let's give Aya and Essa welcome. Let's give them an opportunity to give us a quick summary. And I mean, we will have all read and we heard Vikram, but if there's anything further you want to add before we go to questions?
Kia ora koutou. I'd just like to flag to the group that the property legalisation team are yet to review the documentation about the leases or licences. So there will be an additional report coming to the board in future once we've had that full legal review, which will identify the specific sites to be considered for the electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So you can expect to hear from us again on this, and today is just about generally endorsing the idea of having electric vehicle infrastructure installed on council sites at no cost to council for the use of members of the public.
I'll just make a comment that I've had so many members of the public ask that there be more electric vehicle charging. I'm really pleased, especially at no cost to council, but I'll go to Councillor Williamson first.
Full disclosure, I suppose I don't have a leak. I do agree with it, and in fact, the question is that I agree with this process, but way back in about 2014 or 15, I remember a motion of council actually didn't have to go site by site. The council agreed to do all of this, provided the same process was followed, which is obviously full community board. But this involves, and things might have changed, so I'm not too sure what this involves from a legal point of view, so it's all good. So basically I agree with it all. But in some of these sites, and that's my other comment, here's the question. We heard that for the fast chargers you need 400 to 500 kVA, and I do wonder whether there's capacity in the lines and the transformers, and I was really pleased to hear that, which is good for infrastructure, that they will pay for suitable transformers. But that does mean that the capacity of lines can carry all of that based on the load. So the question is, they are working with, there may be another process which comes back and says, oh, no, that's a bit of a problem, and maybe this charger, maybe that charger. Is that the case? So the technical side of it's going to come back?
Yeah, that's right. The technical feasibility hasn't yet been completed, and that will be done before the report returns to more detailed description.
I'll go to member, sorry.
No, that's good.
Go to member Orm.
So the big concern is people are going to be parking their vehicles there for an extended period of time. Many of those people are going to be travellers with all their luggage in their vehicles. Adequate security lighting has to be mentioned. So security lighting for me is a big issue.
parks and in areas of council parks and reserves that are already in use as public parking spaces. Do I have a mover? Councillor Vujacic. I'll go to Member Te Waki this time to second. We'll put that to the vote. All in favour? Aye. Any against? Any abstaining? That has carried. Well done, whānau. We are going to item 7.6, funding applications. That is page 133. And the funding from 128. Thank you, Melissa. Sorry, find my way here. So we go to, is there any kōrero you want to share with us?
So 2 applicants didn't come and speak today and have asked that their applications get considered next month. The first one of those is Splash Save Foundation. They will come and speak, so that application will be put to one side. And the other one is the, get the right one, Taitoko Reo Tārai Waka Inc. for the cost towards the Hikamai Taho Komaru Waka Hauora Festival 2026. Please excuse my pronunciation, I know it's not great. And that event is not until November, so they will come and speak next month instead. They were having connectivity issues this morning.
Okay, so that is item E and item G on our pages 128 and 129 that we won't, that we'll
ignore this
time round. Thank you, Catherine. So I'll go to the first recommendation.
Catherine, how much money have we got? The amount that is on the top there, which is what we expected to be, so
106,927. And pride of place funding of $100,000. So remember, yes, very good Pātai. We've got a new drop for the new financial year, but it does have to last us until the 30th of June 2027 across our whole rohe. So we always keep that in mind. And Kapai, so we'll go to recommendation A, that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board approve the sum of blank plus just if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Hush, Hope, Unity, Strength, Hauora Trust for costs towards Hawaii Rangatahi Identity and Wellbeing Program. So I have a mover for that. Yes, member all. And I'm happy to second. Would you like to speak to that, member all?
No, it speaks for itself.
Do you have a recommendation of the amount?
The amount they're seeking?
Yeah, recommend of $3,000. Kia ora. I agree, it speaks for itself. Does anyone else want to make comment? I'll put that to the vote. All in favour? Aye. Any against? Any abstained? That has carried. Okay, we'll go to item B, recommendation B. The Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board approved the sum of blank plus just if applicable to be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Hokianga Bowling Club for cost towards tree maintenance / removal at the club grounds. Somebody like to move? Yep, so we have moved by Councillor Vujacic and seconded by Member Te Waki. Do you have a number in mind, Councillor Vujacic?
The recommendation. I don't know anything about the trees, so if for example, they're very, very dangerous, near power lines and so on, I can't understand. I'm going by staff recommendation.
It is $1,035, which is half of what they've asked for because we generally pay up to 50% of the cost of a project. So does that...
Catherine, a question? Yep. Catherine, how much volunteer hours would they put into their application? Give me 1 minute and I'll have a look. It should be in your supporting information.
She was on a plane coming back from Samoa. Come on.
I wasn't on a plane coming back from Samoa. done multiple applications in the past, so they know they can claim that. They have also had funding from this board 4 times in the last 3 years. So they're not new to this, and it's the same person who's made the application, so they chose not to put that in there. I would be wary of making assumptions.
I will. Yeah, so we're in discussion. Member Court.
I'm just thinking, has anybody been out there to actually view what they want removed? This is another thing. They've done this application before and been granted.
Oh, for a different kaupapa, they got a greens roller and drainage and
This is for the old vegetation and all that to be removed.
And through the if you look on page 135, down the bottom, it says it will benefit, and then talking about the trees causing ongoing maintenance issues due to excessive leaf litter, and they're damaging the playing surface. So it's in the wider open area.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, you know, if that's in your own home, they're going to heap players there. Why can't they just blow the leaves off and do all the maintenance themselves?
That's why they've applied for funding to help with that, basically, by taking the trees down.
On page 15, the quote is quite detailed. Large something tree, I won't butcher the name, above the bowling green has been undermined by a slip in the past. This tree is multi-leaded and of a size now that is likely to fail in the future during one or more common extreme weather events.
Alright, so the tree is causing a problem, and then they got the quote from one of our local tree fellas to endorse it needs to be cut. So, is there further discussion before we go to vote?
How much is that?
$1,000.
Oh, yeah.
1,000, yes, and 35. All right, I'll put that amount to the vote. All in favour? All right. Yeah, any against? Yeah. Okay, we'll move. I have been asked if we can, due to time, can we just change the agenda to 8.4? And that is Te Hono Group Annual Operation Report on 189.
I will take my report as read and answer any part of it. I have a note to add that we would like to maintain our report 6 monthly, so twice a year we would like to come back to the board and report on everyone's operational work program. And we have done this at Te Rikoa Monday, and we will be going to that.
I'd just like to mihi to the Te Hono team, and I've been to a few of the hapu engagement hui, and it's such valuable mahi to build those positive relationships and listen to the robust kōrero that comes through. So really mihi to you all for that. Can be challenging but important mahi. Any questions for Lani at this point? Okay, thank you so much. I hope your tamariki are well. Oh, sorry.
I just want to mihi to Te Hono, especially in the local reform space and the community hapu. We're screaming out for more than just a survey. And I love how you guys partnered with all the staff, and going to the Kaikohe and the Waitangi one was such a positively fronted kaupapa by council as a whole. But thank you guys for listening and leading that out, and giving our whānau what they deserve with such big changes. And mihi ana kia koutou.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you so much. I'll go to the recommendation. Kia ora, Marissa. That the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board receives the Te Hono Group Annual Operational Report. I'll move that.
Yes.
Someone, yep, Councillor Vucic is the fastest off the draw. To second, all in favour? Aye. Any against? So that has been carried. Ngā mihi, Lani, travel safely. We're going to return back to page 130. We're going to item number 3, item C, the third one, Hospice Mid-North. Sorry, catching up with myself now. Catching up with the recommendation. Where am I? Here we go. That the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board approve the sum of blank plus just, if applicable, to be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Hospice Mid-Northland for costs towards medical beds and extenders. Do I have a mover? Member Orm and Councillor Allen will second. Would you like to move?
They just do incredible.
Well done. Would you have an amount that you, the amount that,
2 beds.
yes, so for 2 beds it's 5,210 is that amount that's being moved. Is that fine? Councillor Allen, kapai. Any further discussion? I'll put that to the vote. All in favour? Are there any against? Kapai, carried. We're on a roll, whānau. Okay, we'll go to D. The recommendation is that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board approve the sum of blank plus just, if applicable, to be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Artaka Thompson Sail Training Trust for cost towards youth training voyages for Kaikohe-Hokianga rangatahi. I'd like to move that one, and I would move that for the recommended amount of $4,000. Do I have a seconder? Kelly Van Galen, member Van Galen is fast, so I have seen the results of this, and I know that they take our rangatahi. It's really important to me that this kutia goes to our rangatahi. I've seen them do that, and I've seen some of the reports back. Just amazing. Would you like to speak?
About 2 of my children have done this, and it's really good to be and it's really cool. Invite my kids in a very best mood.
Yeah, I agree. No, we've funded it by other means through Rotary. And the reports that come back are amazing because they do, especially climbing the high.
Yeah, I've had my kids on it too. I took all the daily swim.
Any further discussion before we vote? I'll put that to the vote. All in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Well done, team. We are going to F, and that is on page 129. That the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board approve the sum of blank plus just, if applicable, to be paid from the board's pride of place grant fund account to Te Kotahitanga e Mahikaha Trust for cost towards Te Ara Kohi Phase 1 Kaikohe sign. Do I have a mover? That's Councillor Vucic and Member Orm. Do you have an amount? I should have asked Councillor Vucic, do you have an amount in mind?
They had 2 options there. The more expensive one, and I hope this can go to the more expensive because it'll look better. So I'll go for the full amount.
Is that 5,100? You happy with that, Member Orm? Any discussion? I just want to add that as one of the previous goals and aspirations of the previous board was to improve the signage to Kaikohe, and we didn't achieve that for whatever reason. So I'm quite excited that this is going to happen in a different place, but you know, because Kaikohe is spreading, so I was really pleased to see this. But we'll put that to the vote. All in favour? Any against? Oh, that is carried. We are on a roll. And so we will not do an item G, so we'll go to H, which is youth line. So The recommendation is that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board approve the blank plus, just if applicable, to be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Youthline Auckland Charitable Trust for cost towards Youthline helpline support for youth Kaikohe-Hokianga. And I'll move that. I actually want to increase that amount to 4,500 just to find the balance. You're seconding that. So I'll speak to that, sorry. Such important mahi, and with the growing mental health crisis on our youth and actually at all ages, and all of the efforts that we're trying to put in around rangatahi, I think this adds to a really accessible way for many of our tamariki and rangatahi. I get that it will be spread across, but I also, having worked in similar kaupapa, that the pool of funding allows these kinds of, they have to make a pool really to allow for enough staff and facilities and resources to spread. So I'd hate to see them be disadvantaged by not having enough putia. And for me, $4,500 towards this important kaupapa is worth spending. Was that you, Councillor Busitru, second?
Yeah, and Chair, you did give a good example, but also I want to note that we have we have a very high Māori population, and young Māori youth boys have some of the highest suicide rates. And we've had suicide amongst them relatively recently. And so I'd really like to see that support coming through. I'd love them to go a bit further, and somehow maybe that's something we can do, is and through Ngāpui here, but also through Hokianga Health, get that information out, maybe leaflets or something, but there is a helpline available, through the Maraes, so that it's used.
Any further discussion? Kia ora, member Wong.
Yeah, just 188 families is very small. They need to do a much more targeted program in this area, supporting our child centres. The outreach to schools, medical practitioners, hospitals needs to be a lot stronger.
Kia ora. Any further kōrero on that?
Just around, it'd be nice if those in that space and place they collaborate more with other practitioners so that we can get a bigger pool of data. Data would be really, really good so that they can quantify.
Yep.
Kia ora. I'm sure they'll be watching this, so hopefully that will add to their mahi. I'm going to put that to the vote. All in favour? Any against? That has been carried. Kia ora whānau. Finding my way. That's the funding. So I believe we're on item 7.7, and that is project funding reports. That's page 149. And is there anything you'd like to say, Catherine? It is what it is. It's the project report is from Umawita Hall, and I will take that as read, and it was a lovely read. I have to say, it's nice to see that the hall is being used. Is there further discussion? Member Van Galen. Any further discussion on this item?
Probably the comment, I'm not sure how to show this and acknowledging the funding.
So what we are doing now is when people are granted funding, they go through and we actually break down what sort of funding acknowledgement, and we're saying for bigger projects, can you put up a plaque or something like that? So this was before we made those changes to that.
But a lot of the community came in.
They do call themselves the centre of the universe.
Ka pai. I will do have a mover. Kia ora, kia ora. So Councillor Allen has moved and Member Te Wake has seconded. Put that to the vote. All in favour? Aye. Any against? That has been moved. Ka pai. They're moving right along. Item 8.1 is that is on page 153. I was checking that I wasn't reading the same thing. Okay, so the recommendation is that would you like to speak to that? Sorry, Catherine.
It's pretty straightforward. You will note I said you considered 47 applications, and then in the discussion I say 50. 47 is the correct number. I copied something across there. So it's pretty straightforward, shows you what you've done over the past year. Obviously, the election had an effect, and it was slow to get applications coming up again, but they've been coming up there again now.
And there's background within Te Hiku board.
Oh, was that not changed? My apologies. We thought we'd changed that. It is definitely 106,927 for Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board.
Any further discussion? Thank you for that, Mahi, and it makes it really clear, and you've given us some breakdown, and I look forward, I love that we're supporting these kaupapa, and I look forward to spreading further and wider across Aotearoa, but it's a pretty good distribution, looking at this anyway.
You'll get another one at the first meeting in the new calendar year that gives you the 6-month breakdown as well.
That's awesome.
Excuse me, I've got to go to the pre-meeting before the police meeting.
Ka pai. Well, apologies from Member Orm. Kia ora. Thank you.
And, sorry, one more, Catherine. It's just the number of applications typed.
I think what it was is I did all the tables, and then I realised there were some that I had in there twice. There were 3 because they'd been left to lie, but I'd entered them on the new meeting line. That's why the numbers are reflected. Sorry.
Just make a note that Member Ford is he left or is he
no
now? We still have a quorum here, so if there's no further discussion, we will go to the recommendation is that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board receive the report 2025 to 26 end of year funding report. I'll move. Second, Member Te Wake. All in favour?
No.
Any against? Kia ora. Thank you for that, Mahi, Catherine. No. Oh, we have item 8.2, page 158, and we have Kim to have a kōrero around the community pool season for the previous year.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Through the chair, I don't have anything further to add to my report. I will take it as read. However, I am happy to answer any questions. This is the first time a report has been presented to the community boards on the swimming pool, so I'm also interested in any feedback or information that you would like to see in the future as well.
Do we have any part-time for Kim around our community pool?
Yeah, I do. So it'd be good to know just how one community is with another. So the pool solution that we've got here, which is only open period, and I think it's not thinking problems that might really. It'd be good to see how they compare with, I don't know, entries or just a comparison.
Yeah, so through the chair, we can definitely compare it to a kitty community pool.
Their pool does open slightly earlier in the season, but they do close at the same time. So we can definitely do that comparison. The Bay of Islands Recreation Centre isn't a seasonal pool. It's also the numbers aren't quite the same, but definitely for the kitty community pool, we could compare numbers.
Do you have any further questions for Kim?
No.
So the recommendation is that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board receive the report Kaikohe Community Pool Season 25-26. I'll move. Member Te Waki is the fastest. Second. All in favour? Aye. Any against? Thank you, Kim. Kia ora. Well done.
She's in, she's out.
All right. So we'll move on to item 8.3, and that is on page 162. And this is around the future of the current Kaikohe Library building and the future use of it. We have we have Nicholas Smith and perhaps Michelle Rockall, but no.
Yeah, Michelle's away.
I was going to say, Nick is more than enough. Would you like to come and have a kōrero?
Yeah, probably more than enough for most folks. Where would you like me, Jess?
Oh, stand at the podium and perform.
Sure, why not? Alrighty.
Good.
Okay, so great to see you all. Thanks for having us here today. So I'll take the paper as read. But broadly, there is an attachment attached to this report that gives you a full summation of all of the responses received. Unfortunately, we couldn't put in every cool picture we got because we got hundreds, but we did put a little sample in. So long story short, there is a lot of community support for council to retain this building and utilise it for another purpose once council no longer needs it for the purpose that we're using it for now. Out of that, there is quite a strong desire from those who responded to see there be some form of community use. And so some people have kind of interpreted that to mean a community lease. Staff have proposed the option of actually going out to see if we can get a commercial level return on that building. Now, just to be really clear, what we're not presupposing is that it wouldn't be used for a community purpose. In fact, from the respondents that we've seen and deputations you yourselves have had, it's very likely to be some form of community use. But from our view as staff, looking at who those people are that have kind of tentatively put their hands up and said we'd be really interested, we don't see that it is the most fiscally viable option to go out and say, sure, we'll give you a community lease, which is $200 a year, when we are quite aware that a number of those entities have the ability to pay a commercial lease. So what we are proposing, and we'd love your views on, just to understand what you think to the board, because it's essentially your views that will then inform the decision paper that goes up to the next committee. Is that we would like to do what we call an expressions of interest, where we put it out to the community and say, hey, you know, let us know what you would like. This is kind of the range that we are looking for a commercial lease. This is what we would be looking for a community lease. Give us your proposals, right? And then those proposals would come back to the board for consideration. So really it's more to hear from you and what you as a board think and what you would like to see us do next as staff, because we're not predetermining the outcome. That's just the recommendation we have from the perspective that we would prefer the building to essentially pay for itself so that it doesn't really continue to burden onto ratepayers to fund it. So happy to take any questions, partai thoughts, facial expressions, like anything you've got, we would love to hear from you. So thank you.
I'll start with if anyone has any partai for you first before we go into the views. So I was just checking with my democracy advisor, our democracy advisor, whether we go launch straight into the views before we've gone into this recommendation that we should provide our views. So, but I've been assured that that's fine because probably people do want to have a good kōrero. So, but we'll start with partai and then views. Is there any partai from our members. Thank you for the report, though. It's really good to have such comprehensive, information to look into, and this has been a very topical item for us as part of our visualising the future of Kaikohe, and of course, Kaikohe is town for many of the rest of our communities. So it's an important space and important in terms of uplifting the vibe, should I say, or ensuring that, we can uplift the vibe of Kaikohe. But I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you for that. And thank you because my initial reaction was, commercial, versus community. So thank you for explaining that. And both our councillors at the table will know there's some very hard kōrero around use of council buildings and lands and options for the future coming into the long-term plan, and the cost to the ratepayer, and how how council can try and keep that cost down by utilising other ways. So this, not the specific building, but this whole concept of how we pay for things has been very topical. I know that will continue to be so. So yes, thank you for that kōrero. So are there no pātai for Nick?
First one. The works to remedy what's outlined in the 2025 bill. Would that get it up to, should the decision be for commercial lease, would that amount get it up to
base standard essentially for tenancy? Correct.
Tenancy, yeah. And then what happens with the $600 odd that's currently budgeted in the 25-26 financial year?
So there are a couple of options potentially for that, right? So one is we could say we no longer have a need for this renewal funding, essentially return it back to the pot, right? Don't borrow or don't use funds that you already have available for that because it's no longer required. You could also look to do what we call a rollover or a carry forward, where you might say we don't need it now, but we will probably need money to maintain in about 7 or 8 years. And so let's put that money further into the future. I mean, from my perspective, if it's unnecessary to spend it, we don't spend it. And that's essentially how we like to operate in the areas that I've come from and council. But yeah, a couple of options there.
So that begin expressions of interest, and then it's going to come back to us to look at that. Yeah. And so in the beginning, when we sort of said to that we want it to be like a creative arts kind of space, is that what you want to put it out to create that expression of interest, or are you how to go out, because some of these people want to turn it into housing?
Yeah. So that's partly what we're here to seek your views on today, is how would you like us to frame it? Like from our perspective as staff, how we would usually do it is quite neutral, right? So that we're not seen to be predetermining an outcome or a use for the space, because, some of the people that might otherwise submit will then potentially have a case to say, well, that wasn't a fair process because you didn't consider me, which is the idea of it. But there's no call to say that we couldn't do that, to put some conditions around it, to say, for example, applicants that evidence A, B and C will be more favourably considered than applicants that do not, as an example. So if that's something that the board wanted, then it's certainly something that we could incorporate into the decision report, say we've sought the board's views, they're happy with us doing this, but these are the things that they want to see in that expression of interest in order for it to align with their desires. So we could easily do that if that's what we wanted. But that's not, generally speaking, how I would sort of run an EOI process as staff. You try to be as neutral as possible so that you're not predetermining. But you can put conditions around it, absolutely. So if the board were like, no, we really want anything that's got a creative or an arts kind of slant to be prioritised, we could put that in the expression of interest, just to make it very clear to anyone that is submitting that should you not have that as part of your offer, you won't be considered as highly or weighted as highly as other applicants that do, because that then makes it a really fair process and people can't say, well, you didn't tell me that. So, does that help? Does that make sense?
Weighting through the chair, a weighting and scoring kind of framework works well in that.
Yes.
I've read that, and I got a sense that people want working rotating, super very active in that area. So you look at weighting. And you, I think, as a board, could help make that.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely.
And so it's really, if the board wanted to go into what we call a weighted attributes model, where it's like, okay, if you can demonstrate that your service will have a benefit to youth, you get a 10% of the mark. If you can demonstrate that you're going to have some kind of commercial or community good outcome, we'll give you 5% of the mark. And that's a way that we can do it. We do a lot of our curriculum that way, so it's a pretty common methodology that we do use. Yeah.
It's through the chair, given our previous session this morning, it was really valuable for you to give great consideration to what that would look like in the future. Thanks to the organisation to be able to deliver, and also, in my opinion, I think there's a huge opportunity around that community innovation report. But that comes in here, that's understood.
I was thinking along the same lines. I think we can, if people would like to share their views now, while we have Nick, and there's probably people here who have some strong views around the use of that important space. Now is one of your chances, not the only chance. Member Van Galen.
I don't want to see social services in there. I don't want to see drug addiction services in there. I don't want to see it turned into a housing complex. I'm happy for it to be youth, and I'm happy for it to be arts and culture, and a place that actually attracts visitors to the town as well, and deterring them.
From my experience in our rating contracts, the weighting is set, and then we come back with these are the contractors who were chosen because A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Is that what we should? Will the EOIs come back here, or will we get? Or should? Is it best for this community board to input into a weighting process?
I think your ideal would be that you input into the weighting process so that we have a very good understanding as staff about what you expect to see, so that you don't have to go through that process of actually making the decision, because being honest, it is quite a lengthy process. It does require significant time to have to sit down, read everyone, score everyone, sit with each other, have that debate with each other, which is what we normally do as a panel. So I think, from my perspective, I think the ideal would be that you give us a very strong steer, and you are in charge of what is the weighting, what is the criteria, and then we bring back, once we've done that mahi, to say, these are all of the applicants that we received, because I don't believe that you can make an informed decision without understanding everybody who put their name into the kete. This is what staff are recommending on the basis of this process that we have followed. Do you agree that staff have got it right, yes or no? Would probably be the best way to go, I think. But, if the board really wanted to be involved at that level, for myself, I see myself as I am here to operationalise the desires of governance. And so if governance are like, no, we want to do it, I don't see why there's any reason necessarily to preclude that. But I guess I would be a bit wary of the amount of time commitment that puts on the group. Through the chair, sorry, Jess. Haven't had my lunch yet.
You should have joined us.
Yeah.
Just my thoughts. It's actually a very important space in town, and I'd love to see it help enhance the town in some way. But I'm not a designer, planner. Probably Arco or somebody giving ideas and thoughts and concepts.
Yes, I was just going to say, we do have somebody starting in August as a placemaker who comes with good deal of experience with design. Yes. And the community board coordinator involved was, that would be a real team approach. So that's actually, I think there's an opportunity for the community board to have a chat with their communities around more investment in that upcoming opportunity. That means we can remain neutral if you don't. I'd like to, sorry, just one more thing to add here. My understanding is that ARCO are potentially an interested party in leasing that space. So my personal feeling is that getting through an EOI process will help surface all of the parties that are really interested and are really serious about it, because a lot of people go, oh, that would be great, but they're not actually ready to move on. And so I think from our perspective as staff, we felt that that would be a really great process to go through to understand who in the community actually has the wherewithal to do it. What, not to be crass, but what kind of money can they actually bring for that, or are they expecting council to really profit and fund it and support it, so that we kind of understand that from the outset. And we could do the EOI in such a way that makes it very clear that this is a first expression of interest as opposed to an actual appointment process. So if that's something the board are more comfortable with, then that's certainly something we could also look to do, to say, look, we want to understand from you, the community, you said you'd like to keep it and use it. Now's your opportunity to give us a proposal around what that actually looks like, so we can weight that, consider that, bring it up back to the board, back up to Te Kaikohe for consideration about next steps in terms of, is that feasible, and is that the option we then want to go with in terms of, long-term lease? Because the reality is, if we get it with a tenant, they'll be in there for quite a long time. So understand that that's not something we necessarily want to rush through. But as Michelle and I were talking about it, we just felt like it would be a great opportunity for all of the groups, because we all know that there are many groups who are saying they would like to use it, that everyone has the same fair opportunity to actually put their proposal forward and be considered.
Through the chair, I think Troy and we are also closely talking with ARCO. And this is a good opportunity to just take a relook at Toi Mana strategy, which we're working on having some form of steering group attached to Toi Mana, but the Toi Mana strategy can actually really help drive some of the stuff around, many functions on that.
So, thank you. And this korero aligns with our previous korero about uplifting and rebringing that vibe, including that's what we're calling Library Lane. I don't know if that's its official name, but the walking place. For me, that consideration of that outdoor space being really family orientated and friendly and safe is really, really important, which probably ties in with what kind of use is going to be in the library. And there has been korero too about really encouraging visitors down through that walking area. There's the park, there's the playground, and then moving through and into other past New World and so on. And we've got Memorial Park and Pioneer Villages there. So I guess I'd like to see it tie in with the whole picture that we've had korero before about what's the new library, Papa Hawaii and so on, that it sort of ties in with this revitalisation of Kaikohe, which is part of our the beautification project and funding that we had endorsed. It's all part of the same kind of idea for me. But I did wonder about the time frame when you're talking about EOIs and secondary EOIs. Cool, love it. What I just wondered about, I'd hate to see that building left empty for too long. So do you have a time frame kind of around that?
So through the chair, I do, but I also have a secondary back of pocket option because that's the thing I quite like to have, because there's laid plans and everything. So if everything goes to plan, we would do the EOI expression throughout at least 2 weeks of August, but preferably the month to really give people an opportunity because, again, not all groups are built equal. Some are volunteer run, some are not. So just to give people that real opportunity, then we would come back to you early September, presuming that went okay and you guys were happy for us to take it up. We would then take it up to, I think the way that the September meetings work, when we can do both yourselves and Te Koko committee in the same month if everything works well. Then we would have that period throughout October to really, actually confirm, assuming we got somebody that we really wanted. And that would kind of put us quite squarely into November and hopefully then moving in just as we're moving out. But secondary option I've also been investigating operationally because I share your concerns. We cannot leave that building empty for any period of time or it will become somewhere that people are living in. And we know this simply because of the sad realities that many of our whānau face. And so I've already been in discussions operationally about areas of council that some of which are a little bit pressed for space, about temporarily moving them into that building so that it's not empty while we decide what we're doing with it. I don't think we can afford to have it empty just from a cost perspective for the community because there is such dire need. So, yeah. Because same as yourself, Jess, like you've got to plan that something might go wrong or you might bring it back to the board and we'll like go, oh no, you guys didn't listen very well and you need to try again, which is fine if that's the case. But that would then lead to that risk of it being empty. So already have a few teams who are indicating they'd be quite interested in moving in temporarily just so the space isn't vacant. And we do have, security for all intents and purposes just by having someone in there all the time.
Is there anyone else who would like to share their views while we have this opportunity? It won't be our last opportunity and no decisions are being made at this point right now. Anybody else want to have their kōrero while we have Nick here?
I support the commercial lease and in terms of waiting, support the ideas that have come through the Kapuri engagement and Tamariki Rangatahi art and creating being the top on page 184. And so, yeah, I support what the community said.
Anybody else while we have this opportunity? So I'm going to put the recommendation that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board receive the report analysis of options for the future use of the current Kaikohe Library building. B, that the Kaikohe-Hokianga Community Board provide their views, which we just have, I believe, on the proposed recommended option for the future use of the building, being keep the building and lease for commercial purposes and to begin expressions of interest for a commercial lease. I'll move that. Matua Member Court as a second. All in favour? And none against. Kia ora, that is carried. Well done, team. Ooh, thank you, Nick. Well done. As always.
We'll start working on those weighted attributes criteria and get them back to you before the meeting. Awesome.
Okay, thank you so much. 8.5 on page 193. It's the open resolutions, July 2026. Look through, we're nearly there, team.
Yeah.
You move to receive. Second. Any discussion? Moved by Councillor Viewson, second by Member Te Waki. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favour? Aye. It is carried. So I believe we have covered everything off. And so don't run away if you can possibly stay, because we do have post-meeting workshops and discussions. I understand if people really have to leave, they have to leave. So we'll have that kōrero. We'll close with the karakia, but then don't please sprint before we know who's doing what. Order. So if we can ask Doug to close us, please.
Claudia, ki te ringatua ki te tamaki ki te waiwata. Tērā hoki i te tīmatanga. Ai e tērā nei nai. Ai e tērā tunu ake ake. Amen.
Amen. If you can pause